situ, aman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning and welcome to the second day of the 4th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language and Culture, presented by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences, Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, Saturday, 8th of June, 2024. The Honorable Dr. Maximus Regus, S.Phil, MSc, as Director of Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences, Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, Dr. Yohanes Mariono Dangku, S.Phil, MPD. The Honorable Dr. Leonardus Par, MPD, as the head of 4th Ichelac Committee. The Honorable all the invited distinguished speaker of the 4th Ichelac 2024 for today's conference. His Excellencies, Dr. Anuncius Gunmawang Jati, MA, from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Her Excellencies, Mrs. Marianne Turner, PhD, from Monash University of Australia. And the Honorable all the presenters and participants. Once again, good morning. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to send you our warmest regard and welcome you to the second day of the 4th International Conference on Humanity, Education, Language, and Culture. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference today, please allow me to highlight some information regarding to today's conference agenda. Today's session starts at 8:30 a.m. and will be closed at 3 p.m. The first agenda will be an opening prayer that led by Mr. Adrianus Nabung, SPhil MPD. After that, the second agenda, we will listen to the paper presentation given by the first keynote speaker, His Excellencies Dr. Anuncius Gumawang Jati MA from Institut Teknologi Bandung. The moderator for this first presentation will be Mr. Adrianus Nabung, SPhil MPD. After the first presentation, we will directly continue to the second paper presentation presented by Her Excellencies, Mrs. Marianne Turner, PhD, from Monash University of Australia, and will be hosted by Mr. Indra Susanto, MTSol. The third agenda will be the parallel session, which will be started at 12 p.m. up to 14 p.m., and this will engage more than 30 presenters from numbers of universities in Indonesia. Please note that the committee will share the link of the attendance list along the conference. So make sure you will be engaging in all the sessions of this conference. Then at 14 p.m., we will have the closing ceremony as the last but not least, the agenda of today's conference. For this, the committee invites all the presenters and participants to return to the main room due to the closing remarks that will be given by the head of conference committee, Dr. Leonardus Par, MPD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's start today's conference by a prayer. We invite Mr. Adrianus Nabung to lead us in a prayer. Mr. Adrianus, the screen is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us open our hearts and minds to present the grace of divine power of providence of entire series of activities at our international conference today. May I invite all of us to pray according to our respective religions and beliefs, and let me present this prayer in the manner of the Holy General and Apostolic Catholic Church. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly God, the Almighty and the Most Holy Trinity, we come before you with graceful heart, thanking you for the opportunity to gather at the International Conference. We are blessed with the gift of knowledge and the spirit of inquiry. We express our gratitude for the advancement in digital technology that have the potential to transform education and improve lives globally. We humbly ask for the presence of your Holy Spirit among us. Open our hearts and minds to new ideas and perspectives. Guide the speakers and participants, granting them clarity, wisdom, and compassion as they discuss the integration of artificial intelligence into education. May our deliberations be fruitful, fostering a deeper understanding and generating innovative solutions to the challenges we face today. Help us to recognize both the opportunities and the ethical responsibilities that come with the rapid growth of digital technology. May we strive to create an educational landscape that is inclusive, fair, and beneficial to all. We pray for unity, transformation, collaboration, the formation of excellence character, and a spirit of generosity in sharing our insights and experiences. We ask this in the name of God, the Holy Trinity, who lives forever and ever. Amen. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Belakang. Tidaklah aku langsung ke.
Thank you, Mr. Adrian. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up to the first presentation of the first keynote speaker, His Excellencies, Dr. Anuncius Gumawang Jati, MA, and will be hosted by Mr. Adrianus Nabung, SPhil, MPD. Mr. Adrian, the time and the screen are yours.
Distinguished keynote speakers, His Excellency Dr. Gumawang Jati, ladies and gentlemen, in short, the audience, both as conference panelists and our distinguished conference today, good morning. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, today, at the most advanced phase of development of contemporary digital-based information technology, the issue on the integration of artificial intelligence into English language pedagogy marks a transformative shift for both teachers and learners. AI-powered tools like ChatGPT and Gemini provide continuous, personalized language practice, conversational proficiency, creative writing support, and efficient information retrieval. These advancements enable students to engage in realistic dialogue simulation, generate diverse text types, and enhance their writing through artificial intelligence. However, challenges persist, including AI's lack of real-world understanding, potential biases, and limitation in developing complex of ideas. As educators, we must adapt to these technologies, ensuring ethical use while fostering critical analysis skills and maintaining the depth of language learning. Ladies and gentlemen, the further elaborate on this issue in his capacity as the digital technology expert, specifically regarding AI platforms and their derivatives. Here with us, Pak Dr. Gumawang Jati, let's call him Pak Jati, from Institute of Technology Bandung. Let's allow him to expand his knowledge and skills about this topic today. His Excellency, Pak Jati, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Morning, Pak Adrian.
Thank you, Pak Jati. Okay, before Pak Jati presents his paper, let me introduce his short profile. Dr. Anuncius Gumawang Jati has been teaching English as the Bandung Institute of Technology since 1990. He served as the director of ITB Language Center from 2000 to 2008, where he also worked as an academic manager for 10 years. Pak Jati has been involved in various teacher training projects, including collaborations with the British Council. Notable projects include designing the work-ready teacher training program in collaboration with the British Council and SBC, organizing the British Council webinar series, and developing the English for Indonesia teacher training program. He also planned and executed the technology-based education teacher professional development program in South Kalimantan and benefiting 1,600 teachers. And his current professional interests lie in computer-assisted language learning, internet communication technology, and technology-enhanced language learning. And he currently serves as the president of Indonesia Technology Enhanced Language Learning, or ICELL, and has designed an interactive online learning course using digital comics in collaboration with CSEAMEO and Simolec in 2021. Today, as a special event in the International Conference of Humanity, Education, Language, and Culture, he will present us with a very great topic that is highly anticipated and relevant in the current context, entitled Integrating Artificial Intelligence into English Language Pedagogy, a Transformative Shift to Teachers and Learners. Ladies and gentlemen, in order not to prolong the time, we invite the respected Mr. Jati, Pak Jati, to explain the material. We humbly convey to you that the maximum duration of your presentation is 45 minutes, and the remaining time of approximately 15 minutes during the questions and answer session. Give participants the opportunity, either by direct questions or via chat box, to submit comments or questions to explain this topic more deeply. Pak Jati, we are eagerly waiting for your script. Please, time is yours now.
Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you, Pak Adrian. Can you hear my voice okay? Yes. Yes, okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Allow me to share my screen. Just 1 second. Yeah. So this is my title that I'm going to share with you today. It's more on integrating AI into English language pedagogy. So I'm not going to talk a lot about the theory, but it's more on practical and sharing what I have done with my student at ITB. If you have any questions during my talk, feel free to type it in the chat box.
I'm sorry, Pak Jati. Can
yes?
you use full screen for your open the full screen?
Is it too small?
Yeah, a little bit hard to see.
Hard to see. Okay, let me check.
You can use the tools in the right corner down there, Pak Jati, supaya bisa kelihatan.
Yeah, yeah.
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 Okay.
Okay. Let me check first.
Okay.
Just 1 second. How about this one? Is it better?
Yeah, it's better, Pak Jati.
Okay.
Please go on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So this is the title. Then I want you to show your feeling today in the chat box using icon. Silahkan diketik icon di chat box dulu. How do you feel today? Please share your feeling using icons in the chat box. Still sleepy? Are you happy? Okay, good. Thank you. Happy, semangat, ada yang ketawa. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing the feeling for today. So I'm going to share with you in about 45 minutes, but maybe going to be prolonged a little bit more. Feel free to interrupt me and to put your questions in the chat box during the talk. Yeah. So this is the first thing right now. There is a power of AI that become a tutor. So AI can be a tutor. It's not just ChatGPT and Gemini, but also you can find Duolingo. Maybe you're familiar with that. That's an example. I'm not selling Duolingo or promoting Duolingo, but that's an example of how AI become a tutor. Yeah, become a personal language tutor, a personal language partner. So if you want to learn about English, or you want to learn a language like Chinese, Arabic, or other languages right now, you can use the mobile phone and you can find a lot of application using AI to help day-to-day conversation, survival language. Even if you want to learn Bahasa Indonesia, then you will find that in the apps. And mostly it's for free. Up to a certain level, then get paid. Another one that's now it's on the market that's quite good. I've tried it with my students. It's called English Score. So you can find that in your mobile phone. English Score. You can take the test for free. And if you want the certificate, then you have to pay. But it's a free. You can try so that you know your level. In the past, if you want to know the level, then you have to go to the language center, spend a lot of time, blah, 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 and you have to wait for 3 days or a week for the certificate. This one, 24/7, you can take the test by yourself using your mobile, then you can get the certificate if you want to. If you just want to know the score, then they will tell you about your score. Yeah, so you can try that later. That's an example of AI become a tutor or AI become a test center type, and that's giving the certificate. Yeah. Now, I want you to write one word, just one word, about AI in the chat box. Can you do that for me, please? One word about AI in the chat box. Helpful, interesting, thank you, helpful, helper, yes. Other, what do you think? Awesome, faster, insane, or no? Helpful, good, so helping, easy. Okay, Elvis said helpful, cheat. Careful with that. So if you want to cheat, you can use AI as well. Helpful. So sometimes helpful, empowering, but also one person said, one of you said it's a cheat, said accurately. Not sure about accuracy. Yeah. So helpful. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about that. Yeah. So that's a generative AI. Some people got confused about what it is. Tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, other AIs later that will come indicates a new era of English language teaching because they can generate text, they can generate picture, they can generate translation. The question is, they can generate text. Is the text always accurate? Is the text correct? It's free from bias, for example. Keep in mind that generative AI is or are programmed based on LLM, large language model. So they are trained to speak, to write a text, to answer questions like human being. The key of that is a language programming. So they are trained to say something. The something could be correct, could be incorrect, hurting somebody, maybe biased. So if you're looking for sources, then you are talking to ChatGPT, I would say 80% you will get the wrong references. If you're going to ask ChatGPT to write something about, say, Lake Kelimutu, for example, in entity, then they might get it wrong because they don't know the context. So they are trained to generate a text. They are trained to produce something. Then we have to have a look at it. Is it good? Is it not good? So it's like a friend to talk about. But they're smart, yes, but it's not that smart. They're smart in creating the text. They're smart in producing the language like human, but less of senses, less of probably context and culture. Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit more on that. So in the past, it's like science fiction. It's not true, but in the last 5 years, 10 years, boom, everyone knows ChatGPT. Yeah, everyone knows Gemini. Everyone right now using Canva, then with injected by AI. If you play around with other tools, now they have AI in it. Yeah, so it's going to be around us. Now, for example, if you are a teacher, then you spend a lot of time in preparing a lesson. If you go to beta.tifit.me, for example, then they will help you planning a lesson. I'm going to do a demo very quick. Yeah, it's free. Then you can pay later on if you want to get more. It's free. You sign in with your Google, then they will help you a lot. Yeah, for example, I'm just going to show you how powerful this is. Now, I'm going to teach about, for example, climate change. Yeah? And the impacts in Asia, for example. Yeah. Then I'll choose the level. Probably I will say grade 11. The language English. So it's not only for English language teaching. If you are teaching Mandarin or you are teaching Arabic, then you can change the language here. Then I just simply click Get Resources. Yeah. Then I will have this one. Have to wait. They're producing something. This will produce or will give me a text, will give me question, will give me the answer of the questions. They will give me activities later on to be used with my students. So lesson planning, that's take a long time for teachers, now getting shorter. What's the role of the teacher? The role of the teacher is selecting and thinking about it, whether this is good in context or bias, or is it worth trying, and so on and so on. But the sources is free and it's available very quick. Yeah, this is an example here. Then I got the picture about the climate change. If I scroll down, wait a minute. I scroll down and then I will get the text. Yeah, here. So this is, I got the picture. Then adapted reading passage. I can copy, I can edit, and so on and so on. Then I will get the summary. I will get the key vocabulary words for my students. Then I get the multiple choice questions. Then I can add the question, reduce the question, edit the question. and I get the short answer questions. Then I get the open-ended prompt with my student. And if I want to get a student activities, I just click this, and then I got option of activities for pair work, group work, project, you name it. Yeah, and you can download it for PDF and then ready to be used. So lesson planning is also influenced by AI. So AI is going to be around us a lot. Okay, that's an example. There are more AI for reading classes and so on. That's around. Yeah, this is an example. That's beta.tifit.me. People around the world talking a lot about this, whether this is useful or not useful, and some people trying and so on and so on. So if you're interested, you can try it with your student and join on the discussion group over the internet. Yeah. Now, one sentence about TifitMe. Can you write it in the chat box, please? I did a very quick demo. Now, can you write a response, just one word about TifitMe in the chat box? What do you think? Amazing. Pak Leonardo, thank you. I'm happy. Yes, try it. I did a very quick demo. Try it. But again, you have to do adaptation about that. Yeah. Okay. Bu Maria said, excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's just one example of lesson planning. Now, let's move on to ChatGPT and Gemini. ChatGPT, it's a master of conversation mimicry. It's not only mimicry, it's a mimic human language. They can produce language and so on. Gemini is the same. There are differences. ChatGPT, if you ask questions, they give only one answer. If you talk to Gemini, they will give 3 options. Which one do you like? So they can create dialogue. Both of them can create dialogue, but Gemini give a deeper insight because it's owned by Google. So they use more data on that. ChatGPT, very talkative. The language is more fluent in a way, quicker, yeah, conversation style. But then if you use Gemini, because it's owned by Google, you can do more. You can, they will understand image. So if you upload image, and they can interpret the image because Google has Google Lens, for example. Yeah. So if you try ChatGPT, you got the answer. My suggestion, you go to Gemini asking the same question. What's the answer? And then we human analyze that, whether that's appropriate for you and for your student or not. Yeah. Another one, they can write powerful text generation, generator. Like I said, that they can produce language. They're concentrating on the pattern. So if you are looking for a format, writing email, for example, or a report, for example, then they are very good in the formatting, but not the content. So think about that. They can give you ideas. Yeah. Then we have to always revise that. If you are stuck in your writing, talk to ChatGPT. Talk to Gemini, you might get insight. I'm going to do a demo a little bit later about this three. Yeah. So let's have a look at ChatGPT. I think all of you, almost everyone, familiar with ChatGPT. So if I go to chatgpt.com, then I'm logged in with my account. Now, this one, I'm going to show you that it has a scholarly gap finder in the pro version, but in the free version, they don't have that. But scholarly gap finder, they will help us in finding the research gap. It's not always accurate, but will give you idea of the research gap. For example, I'm going to type here English or technology, for example, in ELT, in the context, for example, of Indonesia. Okay. Then if I get that, this text generation will write an abstract for me. Again, the abstract's probably not very good, so we have to look at it. But at least it got a draft. It has a lot of suggestion for us to think about. But do not ever cut and paste from ChatGPT directly, because the language is a machine language, not a human language. Now let's have a look at this one. Yeah. Okay, let me close this one first. Okay. So I read technology and ELT in the context of Indonesia. This is the abstract. Integration of technology or ELT in Indonesia, blah, 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 blah. Then give me suggestion of literature review with the background and with the link. Then they give me this, teacher preparedness and challenges, student engagement and digital literacy, government initiative, and so on and so on. So this give me some ideas to think about the gap in a research area about this. This is good for postgraduate students or for undergraduate students learning English at the end of the semester. Yeah. Okay, that's ChatGPT. Now, if I go to Gemini, sekarang sedang promo sepertinya. I'm not selling Gemini, but just to let you know that the Gemini, now they have a promo that if you pay 300,000, then you got 3 months of subscription, and you can pay with Google Pay, or you can pay with your GoPay. Yeah. Now, this is Gemini. The difference between ChatGPT and Gemini, Gemini can access your file in the Google Drive. For example, I'm going to do you a very quick demo. Then you go to this and add from a drive. Then they will read my drive here. Then I can take any, or for example, I'm going to give you an example with this. Which one? Okay. For example, I have this one. Oh, no. Okay. I give you just this file, just an example. Then just upload it there. Then I can ask, what is it? Okay. Then click submit. Then will help me telling me what is it. It's always correct? Probably not. But then I can read the more journals, more writings, and what I put in my Google Drive. Then I can select which one is appropriate for me that I want to read deeper. So it give me a glance of a summary about what is it. For example, this one. Teacher readiness is concept of the field of education that's referred to, and so on and so on. It's considered, so that's about professional development. That's the text that I give that. And also, that if I write like, write me 3 open questions and the answer, for example. Meaning that with the text that you put in your Google Drive, you can do a lot with that. Asking question, help summarizing, probably translate in Bahasa Indonesia, and so on and so on. Yeah. So play around with Gemini if you like, then you can learn a lot from that. again, it's not always perfect. It's still new. Then we have to say that, yeah, I don't believe Gemini. So let me check whether this is correct or incorrect. Yeah. Like this one, for example, open question, what are the key factors that influence the teacher's readiness to participate in professional development? You know, something like that. The question for based on the text, then provide with the answer. So as a teacher, think about that. Yeah. If you got a file from your students writing, for example, then you want to give suggestion with the help of Gemini, try it. Why not? Yeah. So that's in a way easier to understand that if you're doing a bimbingan dengan mahasiswa, biasanya tulisannya panjang-panjang, then you can put in your Google Drive, ask to summarize that, asking whether this is complete or incomplete, and so on, and so on, and so on. Yeah. Okay. That's the power of Gemini and the difference between Gemini and ChatGPT. Now, let's move on a little bit. My questions, can you answer that in the chat box, please? Will you recommend generative AI to your student? Can you respond in the chat? Yes or no? Just yes, say it yes or no. Will you recommend the two generative AI? Yes, 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 thank you. Ibu Fatmawati, thank you. Elvis, no. Ya, ada yang no, ada yang yes. Ya, okay. That is a various answer, various belief, that's fine. With the condition. Yes, thank you. Ibu Maria Magdalena, no. Maybe in a certain context, no. Now, my advice from the old man. If you recommend that to your student, make sure that they talk or they communicate with the AI. Not asking the AI to do something for them. Jadi menjadi teman ngobrol, jangan pernah menyarankan untuk cut and paste. When you try it, then with the students, then the student will realize that ChatGPT is not that smart. ChatGPT cannot take initiative. ChatGPT doesn't understand the context. They give a general thing. So when a student, for example, write with the AI or you write together with the AI inside the classroom, then you discuss. Is it human? Should we change this? And so on and so on. So you analyze the text provided by ChatGPT or Gemini inside the classroom, and that will benefit a lot, and the student will understand some limitation of the AI. Yeah, thank you very much for the response. Then have a look at this. When a student using ChatGPT or Gemini, usually they go direct. Give me this and give me that, and then garbage in, garbage out. The result of from the ChatGPT and Gemini is very much depends on the prompt. Kalau pertanyaannya jelek, jawabannya jelek. Kalau pertanyaannya bagus, jawabannya bagus. Kalau pertanyaannya sampah, yang keluar sampah. Yeah, so keep that in mind. Now, small advice. This is a kind of formula that you can use. So you have to use role, context, task, and probably source. For example, the role. I am a mechanical engineering undergraduate student. I'm taking an English class this semester. I'm assigned, so that's the role. Jadi kenalannya saya siapa. Yeah. Then the context, I'm using, I'm assigned to write an essay about global warming. The essay is a 5-paragraph essay. The essay should be around 200 words, for example. That's the context. Then, can you give me ideas? Can you help me with the outline? And so on. Ya. Jadi kalau ngobrol dengan ChatGPT tidak bisa langsung give me a a text about 200 words about climate change, for example. You will get the text, but then not in the right context. Yeah, so RCTS, that's you can try that with Gemini and also with ChatGPT. Yeah. Now, this is a sharing experience, what I did with my student. I'm using ChatGPT and also Gemini with my class. Stage 1, I'm asking them to do brainstorming, talk to the AI. Then after they get the outline, talk to the AI, then they get an outline. Then I will ask them, okay, you got the outline. Now you have to write the first draft. After they write the first draft, then I said, okay, you got a good draft, consult to the AI. That's stage 4. Stage 5, rewrite the draft. So talking to a machine, talk for the draft, for the ideas, and talking to the machine for the outline, talking to the machine for the first draft. After that, then I will say, share your writing in group. Share your writing with human before it's published, before it's submitted to me, whatever. Yeah. What I found before I practice this, my students usually, they talk to their friend or they got the idea using ChatGPT and then give it to me. So it's just talking to a machine. Yeah. I found out that it's a good way to talk to a machine, internalize, then talk to human. Yeah. So think about that. So if you're going to introduce AI to your students, it's better, okay, play around with the AI. You got the idea. Okay, let's talk about it. Yeah. That's the function of putting the ideas in context, putting the ideas in the right, what is it going to be for? Because AI is very good in format, in the language only, but not the contents or the meaning of the language that they produce. Yeah. Stage 1, for example, when I'm talking about climate change. Okay, talk to the AI, get the ideas of the effect of climate change about to the farmers in Indonesia. What ChatGPT will say or Gemini will say. The effect of the health in Indonesia, what they say about that. Then the quality of the air, talk to the AI. So they will get a lot of exposure of vocabulary, ideas, and so on. Yeah. So I give them guidance to do that. What's the effect climate change on the clean water resources, for example? To the farm animal, to the chicken, to the cows, whatever. Yeah. Then they're going to get more ideas. Then they are after that, then they write. So it's for getting the ideas. That's stage 1. Yeah. And then after they write and rewrite, tell the ideas to your friend in group. Discuss it. Yeah. Stage 2, then write the first draft and consult to the AI after you got the outline. Because sometimes they got the ideas, but they got confused with the outlining and so on. Yeah, and then rewrite and then sharing in the group again, talking to human. Yeah. So after the machine, the idea is talking to the machine, got the ideas, got the format, then about the content, talk to human about that. Yeah. So will you try using generative AI for your class? Think about that. Think about the step. Do not let your student to talk to a machine and then after that give it to you. No. Talk to machine, get the ideas, fix the draft, grammar, and so on. Then talk to human. That's the idea of the AI. Yeah. Limitation. Why I'm saying talking to human? Lack of real world understanding. They are trained in a large amount of text, of course. So they always put a grammatically correct first about the output and the format. Yeah. They gave it impressive. At the first time I'm using ChatGPT, I say, wow, that's very good. But they lack of context in a special language use, for example, they are not really culturally appropriate, culturally correct. Yeah, they don't have the sense of humor. They don't have the sense of sarcasm. It's very much depends on the language or training, or how they are trained, or where are they trained, and so on. Yeah. So lack of real world understanding. Yes. Yes.
Minutes left.
Yeah.
Prof.
I will finish in 5 minutes, but yeah, thank you. Then the potential bias, that's bias. So do not trust that much about the text that produced by AI. Yeah. So you have to check about the information, about whether that's correct or incorrect in your context. Yeah. AI is only focused on form, not the meaning. So think about that. Grammatically will be correct, but think about the meaning and the implication on that. General things, AI is not search engine. Jadi jangan kalau cari informasi, do not talk to the AI. If you want information, go to Google. Then if you need ideas, then you talk to AI. It's not a translation machine. So if you do this, the translation probably it's better than Google translator, but it's not always correct. So give it to a translator machine, but don't give it to a generative AI. Grammar checker, Grammarly is a lot better. Yeah. But it can correct a few mistakes and so on and so on. Yeah. So go to Grammarly for that. Generative AI is about creating new content. Is the content correct? Maybe not. Yeah. So they are not a specialized tool for a certain purposes. Like I show you Defeat Me at the beginning, that's a design only for lesson planning. AI like Gemini and ChatGPT, dokter umum bisa memeriksa apa saja. They can do a lot of things, but not specialized for that. Yeah. So the role of the language teacher will not be replaced by AI. Rather than you have to think about that, work together with students. The student will learn differently. They will talk to the machine. They will get a lot of ideas. Then the role of the teacher is more accompanying the learning, and then think about how should we work hand in hand with the AI. So that's a new way. They got a new friend. You got a new friend to prepare your lesson. And that's the new direction, I think, for the future of language teacher. Now, if you want to join Telegram group, if you have a Telegram in your mobile, then you can go to bit.ly/telegramitel. There's a lot of people talking about technology and language learning. Or right now you can scan the QR, then you will direct it to the group. Yeah. Now, if you're interested in having a book that's produced by ITEL, that's for free. That's in Google Play. One is Teaching Speaking with AI. That's the new one, which is published like a month ago. Then the old one is Teknologi dan Pembelajaran Bahasa Inggris. That's in Bahasa Indonesia. The second book is in English. It's free. You can download it from Google Play. Yeah. Now, if you need the slide, my slide, you can take this, snap in your using your mobile, and then you will get my slide. Or you can ask later Pak Adrianus or the committee, then I will share it with you. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to my story. This is my email. If you want to contact me, it's always free to do that. Then I give you my number as well. If you're interested, then I will respond that using WA, Telegram, or not SMS. I'm also in social media, so you can add me and we can have a chat about language and technology. By doing so, then I will learn more. Thank you very much. And then I give the time to Pak Adrian. Time is yours, Pak. Thank you.
Jati, and thank you for sharing us this very, very interesting topic. All right, honorable audience, let's give a warm applause for this extraordinary material display from Pak Jati. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight important points issued by this presentation. And first, that integrating artificial intelligence into English language pedagogy offers transformative potential but necessitates addressing ethical concerns such as digital poverty, intellectual property rights, and artificial intelligence model transparency itself. And secondly, from the elaboration of this topic presented comprehensively by Pak Jati, I just address these comments and hopefully will be discussed and elaborate furthermore. That the integration of AI like ChatGPT or Gemini in Advanced into English language pedagogy offers almost unlimited opportunities for personalized learning, creativity, and engagement. But however, it also presents significant challenges, including biases, lack of contextual understanding, and potential misinformation. So ladies and gentlemen, as we delve into this discussion or we dig more about these points, let's focus on how we can leverage artificial intelligence benefits while addressing its limitations to create an equitable and effective educational environment. So we have still 15 minutes for discussing this topic, and I give chance for you guys, the participants in this room. Please address your questions directly by raising hand or even by using the chat box. So I give this chance for you all. Let me check whose question. Okay, there is Miss Erlina Jemita. Hello, Erlina Jemita. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Oh yeah, okay. Erlina Jemita. So please, it is your time to ask question or to make statements. Now.
Okay. Thank you for chance given, and thank you, sir, for your presentation. So my question, how can AI be used to personalize English learning to suit its students' needs learning style? So that's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. AI, when you read a lot of articles, that's always say personalized. Personalized here meaning that they learn on their own, based on their own need. When you look at my example, for example, when I give them opportunity to get the ideas.
Recording in progress.
The ideas about climate change, then the students will react personally. Kalau zaman dulu, kalau kita ngajar, what's your opinion about climate change, terus modelnya angkat tangan. That's not personalized. One question for everyone, then everyone, it's only one person got a chance. But right now, everybody got a chance to talk to AI personally. Yeah. Then after that, they can share their personal perspective whatsoever with their friend. That's what meant by personalized learning. It's not just led by one teacher, but everyone has personal tutor in their mobile phone. That's my answer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I get it. Yes, sir. Good.
Recording stopped.
Good morning.
or as many as possible, but we also consider naturalistic context. I see the examples shown in the presentations, the steps. I want to ask or your suggestion or explanation how to create natural context, because we use AI. As we know, AI is artificial, created by machines. Yeah, that's the first one, and it is uneasy for teachers in classrooms. For example, teaching speakings. Okay, if just consider it is about fluencies and accuracy, then we may ignore naturalistics. We can compare classroom situation and real situation outside class in Indonesian context. That's the first one, Pak. The second one is in writing context. Writing context.
Maybe one by one, Pak.
Okay. Yeah. Please,
I'll answer the first one. Ini orang tua nanti lupa kalau.
Ya, Pak. Silakan, Pak.
Okay, so the first one, the context, when you put it in the real context, that should be from the teacher. AI is used to generate ideas only. So if I'm not a confident person discussing about climate change in your class, for example, then I will talk, or you give me advice to talk to the AI at home, outside the classroom. Then I will feel confident, then better with a lot of insight and maybe some vocabulary. Then I will use that in real context. Yeah. So the real context always there. And that's the role of the teacher to guide this practice. So AI, I agree with you. They are artificial. They are machine. Just probably I will get some ideas. Sebelum ada AI at home, I cannot prepare vocabulary or whatever. Maybe I open my book, but the book will not answer my question, and so on and so on. Yeah. So the context is we use the AI, could be before the lesson, before putting in the real context, or after discussing with real context to get more ideas. That's the idea of AI, Pak. Probably I'm wrong, but that's my point of view about the use of AI. Thank you, Pak. Second question, Pak.
The second, Pak, thank you. In context of language teaching, there is we call language acquisitions.
Yes.
In language acquisition, there must be nativizations. Yeah. How to ensure the use of AI in helping the students acquiring second language or foreign language. Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, making sure about acquiring a language. Again, AI is a tool. AI is personalized. AI is available there. Very much depends on the students. Very much depends on how active is the student outside the classroom and how they playing with the prompt, for example, to acquire the language. What I can see is, in the past, we don't have a machine that I can talk to. Now you have a machine that can talk to. Then, terus untuk ngajarin siswanya bagaimana? Every context got a different idea. So probably you will use that. Probably you will say, don't use AI. It's dangerous. You know the context more. My advice would be, try to use it, and then start thinking, what can I do with this machine? It's not that dangerous if you do it correctly, but a lot of people are afraid of that the student will cheat. balik lagi, cheating with AI or cheating without AI, dasar manusia atau mahasiswa seperti saya dulu waktu menjadi mahasiswa ya pengennya nyontek. That eagerness dulu nggak ada, sekarang ada. So that's natural, ya. So think about that as an educator. Yeah. Thank you, Pak, for the question.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the next question. There is Miss Wilhelmina Tantri. Hello, Wilhelmina. Are you there? Wilhelmina Tantri, can you hear me? Please unmute first your speaker, please.
Yeah, I can
And
hear.
open the camera, please. Open the camera screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Let me see
Sorry.
your face. Okay.
I'm very sorry. Like this.
It's okay.
I want to ask about the idea of Gemini giving questions and the answers, which is, I think it was quite contradictory with the purpose of self-development for students, which is we know by Gemini giving answers, it is like there's a big opportunity and possibility for the teachers or the lecturer to depend on the answers from Gemini other than answers from students. So what the right suggestion from sir, from you, Mr., to, to overcome this kind of problem?
Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you very much, Wilhelmina, for the questions. Now, back to the basic idea of AI. AI is mimicking the human brain, mimicking the human
Recording
language.
stopped.
Yeah, just a mimic. So they're very good in, like I said earlier, they're very good in the format. They're very good in the language, but about correct or incorrect, they're not the expert. Yeah, because they cannot put that in context and so on. So if I ask a question to you, then I ask the questions to AI, then I cannot really judge, oh yeah, the AI must be better. Yeah. A lot of the correct or incorrect, it's going to be different. Correct grammar, probably the Gemini. Correct context, for sure, will be from the student. Yeah, so think about that. That's my answer. Hopefully that's helpful. Wilhelmina Tantri. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Tantri, is that clear?
Yeah, I could say I can take it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Not really answering the question, so think about it.
Yes.
You cannot
Sorry.
compare human and AI. Don't ever try
Gemini,
to do
yes.
that. You will got different things. Think about it. Read more articles on AI and human.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you, Pak Jati, for this very great perspective. We have several questions in the chat box, Pak Jati. Can I read for you?
Yeah, I can see that from here.
Okay.
Yes.
We can start from Maria Magdalena Gunam. She's an English education program student. Her question is, how much the risk of bias in artificial intelligence affects students' views and learning? And given that AI models are built on existing data, how can we ensure that the information provided does not contain biases that could affect students' view?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The question is on how.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Now, I would like you to try analyze the text produced by Gemini or by ChatGPT with the class. Then you will know whether that's biased or they are not biased or discriminative. If the question is how, then there is no answer. Setiap orang pasti berbeda. Yeah, how to do it, how to judge whether this is correct or incorrect, like the similar thing to whether this is hoax or real. gitu ya. Jadi untuk menganalisa itu diperlukan bermain banyak dengan ChatGPT, bermain banyak dengan Gemini, then we will find out. That's the function of human brain because you know the context. If you ask me how to do it, I don't know. There is no step in understanding the bias. It's like analyzing a text produced in Jakarta Post, for example, whether this is correct or incorrect. That's the same thing. Use the critical thinking. Yeah, so I use a lot of text produced by Gemini or ChatGPT to train my student critically looking at the text. Then if you ask me how, literasinya perlu dinaikkan. Tapi caranya, I don't know. I cannot answer that with a step-by-step answer. That's a perspective that I can share. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Aji. Pak Jati, I'm sorry. Miss Maria, is that clear? Maria Magdalena Gunam? Or okay. Let's get to another question, Pak Jati. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
There is a question also from Francisca Johanna Sarsarimin. Her question is, how can artificial intelligence affect the dynamics of interaction between teachers and students?
What I can
AI replace the role of teachers? It is as well the same questions also from Delviana Putri, I think. The same. That is Pak Jati.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So think about it. AI is a machine, not human. They could in language, but not the meaning of the language. They might help answering questions, but the question is not always correct. So think about that. If you're asking, will replace the teacher? No. The teacher got initiative. Yang malas dikasih semangat dan seterusnya dan seterusnya. You take the initiative. AI never take initiative. They waiting to be instructed. When the students instructed to do something to the AI, the answer is not always correct. Think about it. Jadi tidak perlu takut kalau nanti akan replace dan segala macam. Will change the perspective, yes. Because there is a machine, a partner to get ideas, to get maybe new vocabulary, to get maybe new context, to get maybe the wrong context, to get maybe something that's really biased to be discussed with the teacher, to be talked about with the teacher. Unsur manusianya harus ada, karena itu mesin. They think of the pattern, they think of the grammar, they are somehow they sounds like human or act like human, but they are not human.
I don't know.
That's my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Jati. I think that's very clear. Pak Jati, there is also a direct question from Mr. Franciscus Jemadi. Hello, Mr. Franciscus, are you there?
Halo, Pak. Okay, sorry.
Pak Jati, can you hear clearly about Franciscus' voice? Okay.
Yeah, let's try Pak Jemati.
Okay.
Thank you, Pak Adrian, and thank you, Pak Jati. So happy that we can see here this morning. I come close to know you just recently, and you have shared your ideas and experiences, and I know that you are very capable and well known for this AI integrations in a classroom. And I have followed you on your social media. I like to share my experience only, and I see that in one of your slides, titled book Dinita Dewi, how to construct prompts in using AI-based technologies. And I think that this is the big issue. When people who use AI-based technology without knowing how to make a good or right prompts for them to get the right answers, or at least the nearest answer from AI-based technology. And I do believe that when people have uh, right or good questions, what they want to get from the AI-based technology, the AI-based technology will help them to give the right answers, or vice versa. When they have now, if they do not have any good idea how to create prompts, it would be also uh, giving them not good answers. And I'm interested in your presentation was about the let's say the format, how to construct prompts, citing the Universitas Davis concept. And can it be possible for me to add at the
Excuse me,
end?
Pa Franciscus,
Hello,
can you
hello.
direct to the point of question or
Okay,
something like that?
okay, yeah. Can we add like output, not only the reference at the end of the format? Gumawan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you can add. That was only basics. RCT, that's the basics that Vinitas found when she worked a lot with the AI. Yeah, and I agree with you. That prompt is very important. Jadi kalau saya sarankan Bapak Ibu dosen kalau mau membuat prompt di kelas nggak apa-apa. Yeah, this is the question, my question, and let's have a look at how ChatGPT will react to that, and then how we ask the same questions again or deeper question. So it's like discussing things and talk to things with ChatGPT. Yeah, so that's my advice. That doing so, then the students will get familiar how to write prompt and how to get more ideas from or make the most of generative AI. Back to you, Pak. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Jati, thank you very much for your perspective. And ladies and gentlemen, due to the limitation of time, so I'm sorry that there are several questions in chat box will be discussed maybe next, but due to the time, so we have to close this session. And thank you very much, His Excellency Pak Jati. It's very great moment to share your ideas and everything about this topic. So I come to conclude this this presentation today to 3 pointers. First, that artificial intelligence powered language learning revolution must be handled carefully. I mean, there must be ethical and practical challenges inside that must be considered by those who use it. And secondly, that despite their potential, AI tools also face significant challenges, also in case of biases of the data, also limited understanding of context-specific language. And overall, I think it is about teacher's role. In this case, Pak Jati already stated that AI cannot replace the teacher's role. So it means that the rise of artificial intelligent language learning necessitates to the shift of the teacher's role, but must be maintaining in the critical thinking aspects like we have done in traditional language learning or conventional language learning so far. So teacher is still play a central role in this context. Thank you very much, Pak Jati, for this moment, and we do hope that next, whenever we can meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak.
Ya, Pak Jati, kami akan we will present you our certification of your honorable presentation today. Please check it. This is for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Good luck with your next presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Close it, Mister. Close sudah.
And the moderator, Pak Adrianus. To remind you, the committee will share the link of the attendance list for today's conference along the conference. So make sure all the presenters and participants to engage in all the sessions of today's conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to the second paper presentation presented by Her Excellencies, Mrs. Marianne Turner, PhD, from Monash University of Australia. And the moderator for this second presentation will be Mr. Indra Susanto, MTSA. Mr. Indra, time is yours.
On behalf of the committee and the faculty, we would once again welcome you to the second day of 4th Ichelac, International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language and Culture, with the theme of strengthening global citizenship, leveraging language, cultural diversity, humanity, and sustainable connectivity towards educational transformation in the digital era. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants, we would like to continue our keynote talks today with our next keynote speaker, Associate Professor Marianne Turner. It is an honor for me to be her moderator today. Marianne Turner is an Associate Professor and currently the Associate Dean of Graduate Research in the Education Faculty at Monash University, Melbourne, Australia. She researches context-sensitive approaches to the leveraging of students' linguistics and cultural resources in the classroom, as well as the integration of language and content more generally. She further works to develop translanguaging theory as a line of inquiry that can help to make more visible the intersection between language and learning. Her research has been published widely in both language education and general education journals, such as Language Teaching Research, System and Teaching, and Teacher Education. She has written a book entitled Multilingualism as a Resource and a Goal, Using and Learning Languages in Mainstream Schools, published by Palgrave Macmillan. Personally, I'm honored to have the experience of being Marian's student at Monash's Master of TESOL program for 3 consecutive semesters. And I'm happy that today we all would learn from her expertise. And also shout out to some of my classmates at Monash who are also joining in the Zoom. With us today, Marian will deliver a keynote speech entitled Learning Through and About Language, Widening the Lens. Dear participants, if you have questions regarding the presentation, you may type your questions in the chat box or deliver your questions directly later in the Q&A session. So Marian, it's so good to see you again, and now it's over to you.
Thank you, Indra. It's so lovely to see you, and I can see familiar faces as well. It's really, really lovely to see people. I'm just going to hike high. I can see you. So what I am going to try and do, I will share my screen, and I hope this works. Let's see. Share my screen like this, and then change it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, Marian.
Wonderful. Okay, so I will get started. So thank you so much for this invitation to come and present today. And what I would like to talk to you about is learning through and about language. And what I'm very interested in is widening the lens, or thinking about language in a different way so that we can help students learn. So I'm going to talk about the Australian context, and I'm really hoping that you will be able to see ways of thinking in different contexts as well. But I think it's very, very important to understand ideas in particular contexts, because what we can do is we can think, oh, wow, this is a wonderful idea. And then we try to apply it in a different context and we think, oh, you know, how does this work? So what I want to do is really tell you about my context as well as about the ideas that I work with. The very first thing I'd like to do is acknowledge that I am currently on the unceded lands of the Boonwurrung people and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Okay, so what I really am very interested in and what I do research on is translanguaging, but I don't automatically assume that people really know what translanguaging is. So what I would like to do, and also the reason I work with translanguaging, is because I think it's very, very useful, a way of thinking that we can help students learn. So that's the most important thing for me, trying to help students learn. So if I use theory, or if I go to theory, I want to know how the theory is going to help. And if the theory doesn't help, I try to think, well, how am I going to help develop this theory so it does help students on the ground? So I think it's very important to talk about the why, or the context of how I think that language will help students learn, or a different way of thinking about language will help. And I'll talk about this in the context, obviously, of language and learning. And then I will go on to the idea of multimodality and multiliteracies, because it's a very useful tool. It's a useful way of thinking about language in a wider way than we normally do. Within multimodality and multiliteracies, I look at digital multimodal composing, because this is something that we have been doing in projects recently, and show also how these ideas can be applied in Australian schools. So first, the context. So at the moment, there is perhaps more opportunity to explore how students' language resources, or what students bring to school, or the languages they speak at home. And I know, for example, Indonesia is a very multilingual country. In Australia, we have the English is so dominant, and we have a lot of languages, but those languages can get lost quite quickly because people think, oh, just speak English, we just need to speak English, which is a real shame. And this is something that we try to change in the Australian context. But we have this opportunity because in the past, in the recent past, with things like communicative language teaching, so ideas about language teaching were that you were supposed to only speak that language, the target language. So if you're learning English, it should all be in English and there should be no other languages there. So there have been changes to that. So what people have realized is that if students do have access to their existing language knowledge, it can be very beneficial for their learning. It can be beneficial for content learning, but also for learning language, depending on how you do it. So it's the devil is very much in the detail with this. So there have been institutions taking up ideas that we need to think about language in different ways so that we can help students learn. So one of these institutions is the Council of Europe, and they talk about plurilingualism. So plurilingualism is that thinking that languages are interrelated and interconnected, especially at the level of the individual. So in our heads, in the way that we think about language. Languages and culture are not kept in separated mental compartments. All knowledge and experience of languages contribute to building up communicative competence. So it's not only about how well you do with one language, it's about everything that you know. Balanced mastery of different languages is not the goal, but rather the ability and willingness to modulate their usage according to the social and communicative situation. So you can imagine somewhere like Europe, they want people to be able to talk to each other and not think, oh, I can't talk to someone because I haven't mastered this language. Really, it's about communication. Yeah, it's about how you use language. So barriers between languages can be overcome in communication, and different languages can be used purposefully for conveying messages in the same situation. So these ideas now have been institutionalized. But one thing that is recognized is that students might not understand this. They might not understand that if they are learning French, or if they're learning Bahasa, or if they're learning Japanese, then the language that they already know can help them learn the new language, because often what they think is, I can only speak in this language. I'm only supposed to be operating in this language, and they forget that they have these language resources. So this way of thinking about plurilingualism has come to Australia, which is very nice. It's an opportunity in Australia, but it directly did come from Europe because we use the idea of plurilingualism as well and plurilingual awareness. So a few years ago in Victoria, the state that I'm in Australia, we have a new curriculum for English as an additional language students, or students who need to learn English because they don't speak English so well and they have to operate in English at school in Australia. So we try to help them learn through a particular curriculum. And so we see plurilingual awareness as the ability to integrate knowledge of multiple languages in a way that enriches their communication and learning in all languages, not only in English, but in other languages they speak as well. So that's the opportunity. The opportunity is plurilingualism, the idea that all language knowledge is important. But these ideas are still confined very much to language education. So in Australia, for example, at school, if people are learning in a French classroom, then maybe these ideas will be in that classroom. Bilingual education, there's not very much bilingual education in Australia, but there are some schools that offer, for example, Japanese English or Vietnamese English, French English. And here too, these ideas have come into those classrooms. But in mainstream situations, in most of teaching, it's like English, 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 English. All the high stakes exams are in English. So you think, well, you know, it's good. Isn't it nice that students can speak other languages? That's great, but they don't really have a place in the classroom. Yeah, so this is a very common attitude amongst teachers. So the first reference here, Alisari, is working in the European context. So this is also similar to that context, and we were working in the Australian context. So that's the big picture. The big picture is there is some opportunity to think about the language knowledge of students and how to bring it into the classroom. And then we also have the monolingual standard still. And just to get an idea about language and student diversity in Australia, I've put this down here because there's a lot of diversity. There is overlap as well. But in Australia, students may be still learning the language or the languages of instruction if it's a bilingual education situation, but usually it isn't. Usually people are coming into Australia and having to learn English as an additional language. So that's the first one. Monolingual in a dominant language, so maybe monolingual in English, but they might be speakers of different dialects and styles. So different dialects, often Indigenous speakers of English can speak different dialects, and also styles might be people coming from different socioeconomic backgrounds. They come to school and they have to learn standard Australian English, which might be very different from the kind of English that they speak at home. Students might be exposed to another language at home or in the community, but they're not that confident speaking or writing the language. Yeah, so this is something that, for example, their parents might speak a different language, their parents might speak Chinese, but then they might reply in English instead of replying in Chinese, or they also might not write in Chinese. And there's a range as well. So I'll keep with the Chinese example. There's a lot of Chinese community schools in Australia, and so some students know some Chinese, but not as much. They can't write as much as they would if they lived in China, for example. There are students who are accustomed to interacting in different languages, including the instructional languages. So this is children who have grown up in Australia. They speak English, they're very comfortable with English, but they are also comfortable speaking another language at home. So I think this is something that's very common in somewhere like Indonesia as well, that being in a multilingual environment, which is lovely, by the way. It would be lovely to have that in Australia. And learning a community language or a foreign language at school, this is also maybe students who are monolingual in English, or anybody, they can also learn another language at school. So this is just to give you an idea of the context that I'm talking about, because it's the context that I'm thinking about in relation to widening the lens on language, thinking about language more broadly. So the way that I do this is through the idea of translanguaging. And translanguaging, I don't know how many of you have heard of this, but translanguaging was first used really to think about how do we bring language resources into the classroom. And the first usage of the term was in Wales, in Welsh bilingual education, where it was pedagogical, it was language alternation. So for example, maybe they would give a reading in Welsh, and then the students would need to write about it in English, or they would give the reading in English and then they would need to write about it in Welsh. They played with language like this and they called it translanguaging. But after this, translanguaging was picked up and became very popular in terms of thinking about the multiple discursive practices in which bilinguals engage in order to make sense of their bilingual worlds. Bilingual is used here by Ofelia Garcia, who is a big scholar in this area, and she was mainly thinking about Spanish and English because she works in the American context, and she is a Spanish speaker as well. So she says bilinguals, but it is shorthand for multilingual as well. It doesn't only mean bilingual. So the pedagogy really did come first, and then practice, and then theory, and I'm going to talk about each of these now. So as pedagogy, so it started as language alternation, but now it's wider. It's bringing students' language resources into the classroom, whatever they are. So, for example, they might speak a different language at home, they can bring it in and use it to learn. So the goals of this, first, is to help co-construct knowledge and also help students to display their knowledge. So this is mainly, or people often think of this as when, I don't know so much English, so another language is going to help me explain. But even if you do know a language and you have other language resources, this can also help you co-construct knowledge. Can help promote metalinguistic and cross-linguistic awareness if you have languages side by side. One of the most important ones for me is to affirm multilingual identities, because as I said, in Australia, English is so dominant that it's so lovely to see students come alive when the languages they speak at home are allowed into the classroom. They feel validated, they feel affirmed, they feel very happy a lot of the time. Sometimes not, I'll talk about that later, but most of the time, yes. And the last one is to support social justice and critical reflection on language inequality, because the reason why translanguaging ideas caught on, became popular, was this idea that in Western countries, or in the US, in the UK, and Australia, English language learners are judged by their English. So they are judged by something that they don't know as well, rather than being judged by the knowledge that they do have. It's a deficit way of thinking. It's like, you're not good enough. When in fact, they have an enormous amount of knowledge, usually in different languages. And so translanguaging really is to try to think about how to lift that knowledge up, how to value that knowledge. So that was pedagogy, translanguaging is pedagogy, and then it moved into the practice sphere. So it moved out of education, not only in education, to other institutional contexts, thinking about what people do with their language. How do they move between or among their language resources? And I think this is a nice quotation to think about what translanguaging is. Translanguaging, it doesn't need to be anywhere. It has no fixed schedule or destination. So if you think about, Japanese is a very good example. So in Japanese, they have katakana, they have a different way of writing if they bring words in from foreign words. And then after they've been there for a while, people think of them as Japanese words. They are in Japanese. So once people start thinking this is part of Japanese, that is called fossilization. So that's when translanguaging goes away, vaporizes. So translanguaging is what you do with your language resources when you mix them, when you're not confined to only one way of thinking or one language. And this is where I work too, so translanguaging as theory. And one of the reasons I wanted to work with translanguaging as theory was because in Australia, we were quite far away from actually seeing it in practice. What does it look like in the classroom? Because people thought, oh, no, we can't use other languages here, only English. So that means that I thought, okay, well, how do I help people think in a different way? How do we help people think about language differently? So if we're thinking about learning, we only care about the student learning, then that opens up the way we think about language. Yeah, we're not thinking about English or Japanese or Korean languages like that. We are opening it up. So language in translanguaging as theory thinks about a particular socio-historical context. Yeah, so it's thinking about the learner, the student themselves, and what they know. So language is an active participant in mediating our worldview because it means something to us when we use it. So it situates language in people very strongly. It's not, I need to learn a language out there. It's, what does language mean to me and how can I use it to learn? So language is embodied in students and teachers and embedded and distributed in learning environments. Yeah, so we're thinking about the connection between the language and the student, And this means that maybe they know how to speak, but not how to write, and that's fine. And they might speak in one language and write in another, and that's fine if that helps them learn. But if we are thinking about people, then we also need to think about the dynamics of power. And so this is why translanguaging, like also with the pedagogical goals, is thinking about social inequality and trying to change it. Okay, so this idea of power relations and trying to be fair to students, trying to understand when students are being silenced, when they cannot use their resources because they feel like they're going to be judged badly because those are not valued. Okay, so we need to think about this as well, and that's part of the theory. And the last one is that language variation can be associated with one named language or with different named languages. So when I say named language, I mean English or Bahasa or Japanese. These are named languages, yeah? And so people who are monolingual, they say, I'm monolingual, they identify in that way. There are so many different things happening within that monolingualism. They're not really, it's not one thing at all. They speak different registers, they speak different styles. They know this context I speak this way, this context I speak this way. There is a lot of variation in what they do as well. But what we do in translanguaging as theory, what I like to do is put bi-multilingual students are the norm. They are normal, and then the monolingual students are included rather than the other way around. So in Australia, what normally happens is the monolingual students are the norm, and then the bi-multilingual students, oh, okay, we'll include you as well. So we try to change that around and put the bi-multilingual students as the norm. So in terms of language and learning, what we're thinking about is developing students' linguistic repertoire, or what they know, their language resources, as an end in itself in teaching and learning. So you have your objectives. You think, okay, well, I need to teach the students English, or they need to have this understanding of Bahasa, or they need to have this understanding. That's the objective. So you teach to that objective. But the overall goal is trying to increase their linguistic repertoire, not take it away. You don't want them to transition to another language. You want them to add that other language to what they already know. And unfortunately, in Australia, often by the second generation of immigrants to Australia, they lose their language. And the third generation, it's gone completely. So this is what we are trying to change. So the work of schools is to increase and leverage students' linguistic repertoire. So increase it by teaching them more language, and also leverage or use what they already know. And you can do this through leveraging home or community school languages. So this all sounds great. This all sounds wonderful, but the devil, as I said before, the devil is in the detail. How do you do this? How do you get teachers, if teachers are very used to thinking, okay, well, I'm only teaching in English, I don't have to worry about other people's languages. How do you get them to change? So this is really a recap of what I said about what we have in Australia. So this is what we had to think about. So we needed to think about students who speak a different language at home and English, and then other students who can also read and write in home languages and English. And there was a difference, and teachers did not know. So when we started the project, Australia is a highly literate country. We like to read and write. We just write everything down, and we expect everyone else to be literate too. And so what teachers did was think, oh, this is such a good idea. We'll bring other languages into the classroom. And so the first thing they do is they make a worksheet. They do a worksheet, or they say, okay, write something down and bring it into the classroom. And then they realise that I would say it's often a majority of their students don't read and write in the home language. They speak, but they don't read and write. This is especially true when the home language has a different script. Yeah, so with Chinese and with Vietnamese and with Arabic, these languages, So that was a big learning curve for us. We have to really think about that. Also, there are students who are monolingual, so they need to be included in this. If you don't include them, then teachers feel worried that they are going to be disruptive, they're not going to participate. And these monolinguals are not only children who are growing up in monolingual families, but they are children who identify as monolingual because they're not actively learning the language of their parents, which I think is a bit sad. So what we try to do is try to encourage and value the knowledge at home. And the last group is the group that people often think about with translanguaging, are the ones who need help with their English at school. So that we think of them as emergent bi-multilinguals, but it's English that is emerging with them. So how we did it, because we have such variety, we thought, okay, well, multimodality is the way to go. We need multimodality. So it can't only be linguistic, and linguistic in this case is writing it down. Visual is really helpful for monolingual students to be entertained, to be motivated, to want to do this kind of thing. This is useful for them too, because it is more entertaining. Oral, spatial is where you put things, oral is putting a sound over or talking on something as well. Spatial, where you put things, how you arrange things, and gestural, using gestures. So we also knew that multimodality complements the goals of translanguaging pedagogy very well. Okay, so the way that we bring multimodality into the classroom is through multiliteracies. So multiliteracies is very popular, has gained a lot of popularity in Australia. And this refers to the capacity to navigate the variability of meaning making in different cultural, social, or domain-specific contexts. So, and how that meaning is made in ways that are increasingly multimodal. So this is a very useful thing because teachers in Australia are used to this idea of multiliteracies. Okay, so we do need to help the students become multimodally literate, if you like, multiliterate. So they understood that. One thing that has happened, though, with multiliteracies is that the linguistic mode is usually thought about in terms of one language, only one language. And what we wanted to do was open up that mode. So it's not only one language, it's language in general. So with multimodality, we needed to get something that was practical, like a strategy for the teachers to use. And we found that digital multimodal composing was very useful for this because the teachers wanted to use digital, a lot of them, not all of them. Some of them were a bit nervous about it, but teachers were happy to try this because they knew that the students would like it too, that they would be motivated by it. So digital multimodal composing is a literacy practice which involves the production of a text comprising linguistic and non-linguistic meaning-making resources or modes. It can create different kinds of learning opportunities for emergent bi-multilingual students, also students in general. And it can also encourage the public valuing of meaning-making across languages. So you can have a product that you show people and people think, wow, that's great, that's really amazing. And so it's good in terms of encouraging different kinds of language use. And then the final thing we had to think about before we went with teachers to see what they were doing in the classroom was affordances. And this sounds fancy, it sounds very complicated, but it's not really. Affordances is really thinking that it's an interpretation. So if you give teachers strategies to use in the classroom, the most important thing is how those teachers understand the strategies. It's not the strategies themselves, it's how the teachers put them to use because they see their use. They think, oh yeah, this is useful. I'm going to use this with the students. And then with the students, do they see it as useful? If they don't see it as useful, what's the point? So if we want to change the way people do things, we want to change the way they think about language, we need to understand that the interpretation of what we are offering is really, really important. And so that's what affordance is talking about. It's talking about the space between the thing that you're offering and the person who's doing the interpreting. So just to show what all of this looks like in practice, we did 2 projects. We did one project with the Department of Education and Training in Victoria and another project with Catholic Education Commission. These projects, although they have different names, were similar, were very similar, because what we wanted to do was build capacity. We wanted teachers to engage with plurilingual strategies. So it came into the curriculum and we really wanted them to think about how to bring students' language knowledge into the class to help them learn. So we used a design-based approach, and this approach is really useful because it allows a collaboration between teachers and researchers. And in this case, we were researchers, but we were also teacher educators. So we were able to put professional learning into the project. So what we did was we had a 2-day non-consecutive professional learning program designed by us. So it was non-consecutive. So the teachers came and then they were thinking about what they were learning. They'd go back, they would try to implement it in their classroom, and then they would come back and talk about it, talk about how it went. So they designed, taught, and reflected on a sequence of lessons. And we explicitly included digital multimodal composing in the sequence. So that's what we did. And I just want to focus, I can't focus on everything we did because there was a lot, but what I thought would be useful or interesting is to think about the digital multimodal compositions and how they allowed different kinds of language practices into the classroom. So these came from different age groups. I'm going to start with the top one. The dog was chasing the cat. So this teacher was year 5-6. So the kids would be about 10 years old, 10 or 11. And this particular student came from a Vietnamese background, but couldn't write in Vietnamese. So what he did was he wrote the English, and then he spoke the English, and he also spoke the Vietnamese. So this was practicing for a bigger product. They were writing about celebrations and they were making a book, a digital book about that, but this was just practice for that. On the right-hand side, this student was able to write in Arabic as well as English, and she was also, when she spoke in English and in Arabic too. So both languages were there. And then the one on the far left this was actually the final product of I should have said the Arabic one was also year 5-6 and in primary school. And then the one on the left was year 8 in high school. So this was a 13, 14-year-old students. And in high school, the teacher thought, I feel like I need there to be a reason for this. So because the students were not used to speaking or bringing their home languages into the class. And so she said, well, look, what we'll do is we will prepare a booklet for new arrivals. So students who are coming to the school, who are a little bit worried about their English, why don't we think about how we can help them? And so the students really liked that idea. And you can see this is a Vietnamese student here writing in the Vietnamese first, speaking the Vietnamese, and then doing the same with the English. And then the final one on the bottom was year 12. So this was a 17-year-old student, and they were having to learn intensive English in order to get through schooling. These students in the class many of them were from Myanmar. They're from Myanmar and Thailand. They were the two main countries, and they were not literate. The students from Myanmar were not literate in Korean, in their language. And so the teacher had a lovely idea of saying, okay, well, on YouTube, interview your parents or one of your parents, and then what you need to do with the interview, a 3-minute interview, and then you need to put English subtitles. So that was a really nice way of practicing English and bringing the Korean and bringing also the parents into the classroom activity. So this is one boy who did it with his mother down there. And I will talk a little bit more about this one and what we found with this approach later on, because it was very useful. It was a wonderful activity to do. So what we found with the affordances, so thinking this is what the teachers got out of the activity, the teachers and the students, what actually happened in the class, not what we concentrated on in the professional learning, but what they took away from it. So the main ones that we found was that the oral mode of meaning making was very, very useful. Also, the playful composing process was useful too, and a flexible interplay of languages and modes was also useful. Okay, so I'll talk about each of these in turn. So the first one, the oral mode, was the inclusion of voiceover in digital books. This was what was really useful. So what they found, the students thought that it was an exciting challenge. It was challenging, but it was exciting. So this was a Year 2 teacher from a Japanese English bilingual program, and she was the English teacher. There were a lot of students who spoke different languages at home, not only Japanese. There are about 23 languages spoken by students at that school. And she said what really excited them was the audio element. Some were worried about the writing, that they wouldn't be able to write correctly, some about the speaking, but they all wanted to try the whole thing. They didn't think about not talking or not writing. So it was good. It was a challenge for them to do that. And the other one too was that sharing with the class and school community was found to be a good way to do this. So this Year 5-6 teacher said that the students may have felt a bit shy to actually stand up in front of the class and read in their language, but they could take the book and they could show it, and one child even had theirs played at assembly for the whole school. So it was a way of really showing what I said before about the inequity of language and the fact that, you know, students didn't think that it was valuable, what they were doing at school. They were being shown that what they knew was really useful and valuable by showing the whole assembly what they were doing. So the second thing that we found very useful was the voice-to-text function of Google Translate. Now, we didn't talk about this at all in the professional learning, but the teachers found this themselves. So one thing, and I realised this was the last presentation talking about ChatGPT, the teachers and students at schools in Victoria, in my state, they're still not allowed to use ChatGPT because people are worried about it. But they can use Google Translate. So they found that the students who weren't really sure about writing, they weren't really literate, that having the voice over in Google Translate really helped them. So this Year 5-6 teacher said, we used Google Translate and that worked really well. So the kids, even if they couldn't read their language, they could put the English in, translate it, and then they could listen to it. And they could say, well, that's not quite right. You know, I wouldn't say that. And often they could change the English. So you can see it's not only about them thinking about the home language, it's also them improving their English. So it's very, very useful in this way. And the final one for the voiceover, the oral, was the teacher helping to fill in the gaps. So this was a strong focus on the target language. This was the Year 12 teacher who had the videos and in the interview. And he said it was funny when he wanted to do the students to put the captions, the English captions or subtitles. He said it's like one of those 1970s Japanese films that has been translated. 10 minutes of talk and somebody says, yes. So that's given lots of opportunities to enrich the language, but it also gives lots of opportunities to work in the second or third person. So what he found was that there was a lot of talking and then there was only a small amount of subtitle. So he could work with students on that and say, okay, no, we're going to expand your English. We're going to show you, let's work out how to say this. And the other thing then he thought, oh, well, this is really good for teaching second or third person. Like, she said that, she reported that. Yeah, so then he took it even further and gave them even more English based on what was happening in the interview. So the next affordance was the playful composing process. This was also extremely useful. Focusing on process rather than product was really good. So what this teacher said, this year 5-6 teacher said, so a lot of year 5-6 was a popular age group for the projects. I could send the students off to a little withdrawal room and say, well, you go and record your voice, and they could do it as many times as they liked. So she found that really useful in terms of practicing, just their pronunciation and practicing over and over again. They loved creating their front covers and doing all of that sort of stuff. I'd want them to be typing in their text and they'd be busy making it beautiful. They enjoyed interacting with those fonts and colours. So experimenting with multimodality, and it was true. We thought that the multimodality would be motivational, and it certainly was. So the students really did enjoy it. And it almost tricks them into spending a whole lot of time on their text because they're having so much fun. So it was really lovely feedback. One thing that we do need to say, though, is that teachers did worry about time on language. It was almost too good. Like, bringing in the multimodality did take, the students would be concentrating so much and making things look beautiful. So then the teachers had to think, well, how do we bring language back in? How do we make sure that they focus on the language? And the last one here is a flexible interplay of languages and modes. So what we were trying to do was help teachers think about moving away from side-by-side translation, because if we think about translanguaging theory, we think about language as a whole, you can think beyond that. You don't need to think in terms of this language, this language. And this is a good example of the English, because if they're in an English class, they need to make sure their English is correct. And this is something the teachers help with. Okay, well, this is your English, I can help with that. With the other language, the idea is that it's a learning tool. It doesn't have to be correct. They're not learning. In this class, this student was not learning Vietnamese. So it was only to think about different languages in relation to each other. And so you can see here that the Vietnamese writing is not as complete as the English writing, but the oral text is better. So you can actually see more there. So this gives the teacher an opportunity to work more with the English, bring this Vietnamese back into the English by allowing this oral language to come into the classroom. It was also very useful for younger children. So this was a year 1 student from a Japanese background, and he spoke only in Japanese. So some of his artifacts here, you can see the English, Noah's Ark, and Listen was part of his project. But then when he was introducing the special things to me, he showed that he wanted to do that in Japanese, and he expressed himself very well in Japanese. So it shows the teacher the knowledge, really, of the language knowledge of the students. Okay, so this DMCs, or this is digital multimodal composing, and students' linguistic repertoire go together really well. That's what we found. So the DMCs offered rich opportunities for implementation of plurilingual strategies, but they need to be recognised and actioned by the teachers. So that was an important part of it, and that's why we included the idea of affordances. The oral mode of meaning making available in DMC and its use in different stages of composing is very useful, especially for contexts where students have varying knowledge and skills in home language literacy practices. So that's something else that we found. The playful composing process allowed for compositional freedom, and an opportunity for multiple drafts and revisions across different modes and language variations. One thing that we would like to continue working with is trying to help teachers think about the DMCs more as process and less as product, because the product was useful in terms of showing at the assembly and making the students that they really enjoyed making something beautiful, but it did take a lot of time. So trying to work out, okay, well, and also the other thing is they're worried about being correct. And we want it to be more of a learning tool as well, where it's not necessarily, it doesn't need to be correct, it's what you're learning about language or what you're learning about the subject matter. That's really important. So moving away from perfect multimodal texts and traditional side-by-side design of bi-multilingual texts caters for a diversity of language practices and can also reduce cognitive demand. So it can, like, for example, with that little boy, it's a bit easier to produce the text. So I showed this before, this slide, and I'm just revisiting it now, the pedagogical goals of translanguaging. So to help co-construct knowledge and also help students to display it, they were certainly able to display more of their knowledge and also co-construct it by showing what they knew. They were able to promote metalinguistic and cross-linguistic awareness, but this hasn't been a part of this presentation today. We did actually have activities where they were comparing and contrasting across languages, but that's a little bit beyond the scope of this presentation today. Affirming multilingual identities, definitely, except for a few, and I'm still going to talk about those, and supporting social justice and critical reflection on language inequality. This one happened because of it became more visible. The inequities became more visible to the teachers. And I'll talk about that. So this is how we conceptualized what we were seeing. So we thought, okay, we have the linguistic repertoire of the students. We want to bring in all their language knowledge. The way that we do that is through multimodality. And then by doing this, the critical awareness of the teachers and also the students is facilitated. It's easier to get to that awareness. So often what we see in the literature is starting with that critical awareness. So coming into the class and saying that, you know, about the problems of inequities, this kind of thing. But we were worried about doing that because we needed to give the teachers very practical strategies so that they could go and even try. So what we did find, though, that way around, giving the practical strategies and then them going and having a go, the critical awareness grew out of this. So what happened was it made power dynamics more visible. That the teachers realised that there were unequal opportunities to use machine technology, and they didn't realise that before. So, for example, we had an Indigenous girl, a Yolngu girl, who couldn't use Google Translate with Yolngu because it wasn't there. Sometimes the languages were there, Somali was there, for example, but there was no voiceover. So there were inequities around AI, basically, and I think that this is what you were talking about in the last presentation as well. So this became visible. Some parents and students were concerned about the home language use. Not many, they were in the minority, but it also helped teachers understand that they thought bilingualism was wonderful. The teachers thought, yes, this is great, this is brilliant. But then the parents and the students were worried that they were being treated as if they were different. They just wanted to fit in. They didn't want to be treated like they were different. So what we need to try and do is flip it and make that normal, make that kind of diversity normal, rather than them thinking, oh, we don't want to do this because it's going to be different for us. The next one, teachers' strong focus on literacy, what I talked about before, and subsequent realisation that many students were not literate in a home language. So this made that visible to them. Language attrition, the fact that the students were losing their home language, and students' enthusiasm at having their language practices valued by their teachers, which showed that they weren't used to it and it was really exciting for them. And you can see with the quotation, the kids are so excited. They run up to me now in the yard and start talking to me in other languages and try to teach me words. They love that I'm interested and want to know more. So in conclusion, language and learning. So this is, as I started with, the idea of translanguaging for me is really that the students are at the centre, that learning is at the centre, and then we think about language in relation to that. How can we help students learn more effectively through language, more holistically? The most important thing that we've found is that you need to start with, at least in the Australian context, normalising different kinds of language practices in the classroom, because it's not normal. And it needs to be a safe space for the students, that they're not going to be teased, they're not going to be bullied by revealing themselves, by showing who they are. So that was number one, very, very important. The importance of attitudes towards students' existing knowledge and experiences. And then the next thing we found really important was the role of multimodality. Because of the diversity of language practices, this was a really good way of bringing them into the classroom. And then once that was down, the next was leveraging different kinds of language practices in the classroom for learning. And this is something that we are still doing, because it took a long time for teachers to get used to ideas, to think about, okay, well, yeah, this really will work, because it can be frightening for teachers, and I completely understand this, to bring knowledge into the classroom that they don't share. So teachers often think that they need to be the expert, they have to be the one who knows. And they certainly do. They need to know something, but they need to know what they're teaching. But if they are comfortable to bring students' knowledge into the classroom, then they can actually help the students learn a lot more. But that is it's a little bit of a different way of thinking, and we're still working on that. So there are opportunities for students to learn about language if we understand language in a broader sense. So if we think, okay, they can learn about language if we think about literacy and oracy, if we think about different aspects of language, it really helps. So for example, when people talk about mastering a language, when people say, oh, you know, I am bilingual, it's not really something that you are, it's something that you do. You use language for communication. Yeah, so helping students think like that too is very useful for their learning. There are opportunities for students to learn through language. So this includes different ways of knowing or depicting knowledge. So it's not only because you can't speak enough English, but it's also because you know things in different ways, and you can bring that into the classroom through different language. And the last one is machine technology can be used not only as a springboard for translation, but for meaning making more generally. And I could see that there was a conversation about that in the last presentation, which was very interesting, that it still really needs humans. Humans are at least what we've seen, humans are a very important part of the process. But the machine technology is wonderful as a springboard. It gives us so many opportunities that we didn't have before in terms of allowing different kinds of language practices into the classroom and then talking about them and discussing them with students. So that's what I have to say. I'm not sure about the time, how I did with the time, but yes, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Marian, for the very fruitful talk, and with the time, it was very timely, yeah. And if I may conclude what you have presented before, so when we are looking at language, it's just not learning about language and also replacing a language with another language, but there are a lot of factors that are interconnected to each other. You have mentioned about plurilingualism and also translanguaging, multimodality, affordance, and also the flexible interplay of language and modes. So now we would like to welcome questions from our participants. When you ask questions, participants, you may turn on your camera, and yeah, we would just wait for the questions. Right, we have Miss Eka. Miss Eka, would you like to turn on your camera and deliver your question to Associate Professor Marriott?
Okay, hello, Professor. It is very interesting and presentations that you have already given to us, delivered to us today. And then I'm very interested in talking about the digital or multimodal composition actually. My question is actually, have you, the teachers face some challenges when implementing the projects of digital multimodal compositions, Professor? And then if it is yes, then can you share the experiences of the teachers that may face in the class maybe or in the field of the itself then? Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it was a little bit difficult to hear you. So am I right in saying your question is about digital multimodal compositions and the
Yes.
difficulties was it difficulties in the classroom?
The challenges that the teachers may face in the classrooms actually. Can you share your experiences actually when you see the teachers or you experience yourself when being a teacher?
Yeah, so yes, and the thing that the main challenge I think for the teachers was the time. Like that was really what was coming back more than anything, was that it was quite time consuming, and it was time consuming mainly because the students got so involved that they actually it was very motivational for them. They really enjoyed doing it, and so but then the teachers were thinking, well, these are the objectives, we're going a little bit beyond what, the amount of time that I wanted to spend. So we talked a lot with teachers about how they could maybe try to contain it a little bit more. And the other thing too is that when it became a product focus, like making a beautiful product, that did take away, unless that was the reason why they were doing it. But if the reason is to learn more language, for example, then the process aspect of it was actually more useful than the product aspect. Do you know what I mean by that? I can explain a bit more if it doesn't make sense.
Okay, then can you just explain? Okay.
Yeah. So when people think, okay, digital multimodal composing, I'm going to make something and it's going to be beautiful. Yeah. So I'm going to make a book or I'm going to do this and it's going to be a beautiful thing. If you don't think like that, if you think I'm doing digital multimodal composing in order to understand something, it changes the focus, and then students don't need to be so correct. They just play. So then one thing, and I've got to say, because our focus is very much on bringing language practices into the classroom, one thing is that students think, oh, but it's not correct. Maybe it's not correct, or the teachers worry that I can't correct them because I don't know the language they're bringing in. So if they're thinking, okay, well, what did you say there? So you've written this here, you've got this image, and then you start talking about it, and then you start learning from it. That's what we're trying to think about now. The product is useful in terms of people feeling good about, oh, well, look, I've produced this, and showing the school. So it's definitely really good, but it's not the only thing. So it's good to think of digital multimodal composing as a learning process and not only as the final product.
Yeah, I get it actually. Thank you, Prof.
We have a question in the chat box from our student. So her question is, she's interested in your experience, especially about multimodality in your classroom. Her question is, are there any specific resources available for students to learn about effective use of multimodality in their studies?
Yes. Well, the answer is yes, but which year level? So it depends on whether it's teacher education or for schools. I know that we, with teacher education, definitely, there's some wonderful resources out there. I was working with a colleague, Katrina Tour, and she has some lovely resources for teachers to think about multimodality, to think about teaching multimodality. So not only teaching about language, but teaching about spatial, you know, where you put things, you know, how you arrange things, how are you going to use the listening, the oral, you know, font sizes, you know, like how with the writing, because the writing is visual as well. How are you going to do that? So yet there are a lot of resources about multimodality out there.
All right. Thank you, Marian, for the answer. And next we have Miss Nur Hafni Fatima from Medan University. You may address your question, Miss.
Hello, Professor Marian, and thank you for your explanation about translanguaging. Actually, I'm also a student in UNIMED. Now I am doing a research about translanguaging. And this question, I just want to really understand for the translanguaging concept is. The term of translanguaging is always related to translation and code switching. Then how do you differ these three terms? And there's a situation in my research, for example, like the teacher, the English teacher explained the material in English, then the teacher translated in Bahasa, and sometimes switch. Is it called translanguaging or no, Miss? Thank you.
Yeah, so it is difficult to try to navigate these terms, try to work out which is which. So translanguaging is really about it's a way of thinking about language that's a little bit different. So, for example, code switching. I'll start with code switching. Okay, so code switching, as it suggests, is thinking about switching between codes. Yeah, so if you think about language, you're thinking about grammar, you're thinking about this particular system and this particular system, and you're shifting between those two codes, those two systems. Yeah, so translanguaging is thinking about language as embodied, so as part of us. Yeah, so when I say something, then no one else can say those things in exactly the same way. It's coming through me, and it's in this context as well. So it's a very, very embedded, contextually embedded view of language. It's thinking about language in a different way. So, for example, if I wanted to teach grammar, translanguaging is that way of thinking is not so useful. If I want to think about language for learning, then it's more useful. Yeah. So people often, when they talk about translanguaging, they use it in the same way as code switching. So if you look at what they're actually doing, it looks like it's the same thing. But the theory behind it is different. It's actually the theory of translanguaging that makes it different from code switching because it doesn't see codes in the same way. It just sees us as using our language. So how can you switch between different codes if you're not thinking in terms of codes? But if you're actually looking at what's happening in the classroom, for example, it looks similar. It looks the same. The other thing I would say with the translation is that if there's no meaning making, so what if you have English and then you translate it to Bahasa, then the students can just look at the Bahasa, but they don't look at the English. Then that's not translanguaging, because translanguaging is using your linguistic resources. But if you've translated just so that you just look at one thing rather than the other, that's not the same thing. Does that make sense? So if you look at, so this is why we're trying to help the teachers move away from side-by-side translation, because side-by-side translation means that you don't need to look at one of those. If you think about translation in different ways, like you're teaching using translation, and at the moment I have a PhD student who's looking at this in the Indonesian context. It's very, very interesting, thinking about translation, but then using translanguaging in terms of talking about it. So the act of translating. So translating and translanguaging are very similar. Translation is the end product. but translanguaging doesn't have an end product in terms of language. Does that? It's like it's the wanderer. It's like it's not, once it's got an end product, it's not translanguaging anymore.
Okay. Yes, Miss. I got it, Miss. Really. The student have to do the translate, like the product like you provide before, like they made into language, like in Vietnamese or in English. Both of them they in the product, like for the multimodal, Miss. Okay. I see it. I got it.
Yeah, that's right, and that's why we're with the digital multimodal composing as well. We're trying to think about it as a process, because translanguaging is a process. It's a process-based view of language, and so the way that I think about translanguaging, or the way that I find it most useful, is thinking about learning. So I always think about translanguaging and learning together, because I find that that's where it's useful. Because translanguaging is thinking about the people. The focus is on the person, not a language as an abstract thing out there, but language is something that we use as people. It's part of us. That's the difference, really. It's a different way of thinking about language.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nur, for the question, and Marian for the answer. Now we have the next question from Sister Bernadette. Kakak Sister, you may turn on your camera and address your question to Marian.
Okay. Thank you, Miss, for your interesting presentation. Okay, my question is, how do automatic translation technology such as Google Translate affect to cross-cultural communication and foreign language learning? That's the question.
Yeah, and I think that it has enormous opportunity. There's so much possibility there. As long as we don't, and I think it was the last speaker who said, it's not human. Yeah, we have to remember that AI is not human, and we are human. So if we use it, it's wonderful. And the teachers have found too, it was such a good springboard for discussion. It was a way of helping. Then you sit down. So for example, if a teacher and a student don't share the home language, and the student has been looking at the home language and then is trying to bring it into English, which is often the case, then the teacher can sit down with the student and the student says, oh, but I don't know how to translate this, or the Google Translate's not quite right, but then you talk about it and you try to work it out together. So I think that the opportunity really is the discussion and trying to work out what's not quite right. And there's a lot that's not quite right. Yeah, and the more that you get away from, like for example, the AI, as far as I understand, with the large language models, their corpus, where they get all of the knowledge from, is the internet, but all languages are not represented equally, and all knowledges are not represented equally on the internet, which means that the AI is going to know far more about some aspects than about other aspects. So this is something that we need to be aware of as well, and we can talk to the students. If we're bringing it into teaching and learning, then we can have these discussions and say, what's missing here? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Miss, for a good answer. I'm really satisfied with the answer of your. What I'm really satisfied. What the answer of my question. So thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Sister.
Thank you.
All right, we still have time for a couple questions. Next, we would move to Pak Toby.
This one. Can I call you Prof or Miss Marin? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. One point from your presentation, that translanguaging can enforce the dynamic of power. In our context in Indonesia, for example, when we teach English, and also we still speak different local languages beside Indonesian. In that context, can you explain more practically how to maintain dynamic of power in classrooms in such situations? That's my questions. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So I think with the power dynamics, it's really thinking what we're thinking about is how to understand them. So, and then they're different in different contexts, and understand them in a way that we can see how to help students learn more effectively. So it's not so much enforcing the power relations or the power dynamics, but it's more just trying to understand them. So just in case students have opportunities to learn that we're missing because we're thinking about language in a particular way. So, for example, you might have, in Indonesian context, you might have students, if you're in an English classroom and then you bring these ideas in and then people start speaking Bahasa because they can speak Bahasa, but then they have other language resources that they're not used to using at school, so they might not bring them in. But if they bring them in, it might be useful. It might not, but it might be useful. So, for example, this PhD student I have is such an interesting study on translation in an Indonesian context. So in the Indonesian higher education context of thinking about, like what he did was he gave a translation in from Bahasa to English, and then from different languages as well. So I think he had Balinese. What else did he have? He had Javanese, just a few different languages. So and then to see how students translated from different languages by themselves and then in group, like a group translation as well, just to see the kind of knowledge that was happening, what the kind of learning that is happening through the language resources that students have. So it's more about trying to understand learning, you know, and how we can help with learning and make sure that we are using language resources in a way that helps with learning.
So do you mean that dynamic of power is related to teachers, students' roles in practicing the language in classrooms?
It's really about trying to work, so what, at least in the Australian context and in other contexts, students are treated in a particular way because, like, for example, if they don't know English, then that becomes their characteristic. Their defining characteristic is, oh, you don't know enough English. You know, you're an English language learner. That's your box. Yeah. So trying to work out how to help teachers understand that there's a lot more there. And it comes down, because English is such a dominant language, it can mean that other languages are hidden. So I imagine in the Indonesian context, I think it's different because you do have a lot of respect. As far as I understand, there's a lot of respect for multilingualism. It's a different kind of context. But still, what people might do, what students might do, is think that it's not, you know, if I'm not speaking, if I'm in an English classroom in Indonesia and I'm not speaking in English, that might mean that I'm speaking in Bahasa. But maybe there are other languages that might help understanding. You know, they might act more of as a bridge, or they might be able to bring different kinds of knowledge into the classroom through the use of different language resources. So that's where the power comes in. The power comes in is trying to value what is often not valued, because it has an effect on people, because people don't feel that they're valued, because we have such a strong relationship with the languages that we speak. So that's the idea.
Yeah. Thank you for your explanation.
Thank you, Pak Toby, for the question. And now the next question would come from Miss Anastasia Babu. Kindly turn on your camera and then you may ask your question. Miss Anastasia? All right. You're on mute still.
So thank you for this great opportunity. So my question here is, in this digital era, so what are some effective strategies that can be used by the teacher in integrate the language learning? Thank you.
Well, I think that digital multimodal composing is a very useful one, but also things like YouTube. With languages, there are so many opportunities to find different resources on the internet that teachers can use in the class. Another really big opportunity is for teachers who might not be, if you, for example, are in a country where you speak a particular language but you're teaching another one. So if you're an English teacher in Indonesia, for example, and you have so many different kinds of resources that you can expose your students to. So they're not only hearing, for example, they're not only hearing you speaking English, they're hearing lots of other people speaking English as well. And that's much easier now than it used to be. So I think that's a wonderful resource.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Aline, for the question. And we have another question from the chat box from Delviana Putri and Yuliana Evata. So the question is, what strategies can be implemented to normalize and value diverse language practices in the classroom, creating a safe space for students to express themselves?
Yeah, so there's actually, I would be happy to share, we have, especially with Catholic education, with that project that we did, we made a resource for teachers. So teachers could use this and think about these different activities in their classroom. And one of the sections in the resource is called normalizing these practices in the classroom. So I would be very happy to share that link with, maybe Indra, I can share it with you later if anybody is interested in that. But they're just little things. It's just really the teacher's attitude and the way the teacher treats people, when they share. So little things like, saying the date, like what some teachers did when they were putting the date up on the board, or they're just starting and they say, what's this, how do you say this number? Does anyone know how to say this number in different languages? And people, then the kids, they're not forced to do it. They can volunteer to do it. So just little by little, just bringing in books, or just having things on the wall. That's a huge thing too, like having visuals where there are other languages there. Just little things like that. And very gradually, when you can see that the students are ready, and you can see, at least what I've seen when I've gone to observe classes, students can get very excited about it. If they're not, sometimes students, if they have to go to community school in the Australian context, sometimes they don't like their home language because they associate it with being bored, which is really sad. It's really awful. Like they go to Saturday morning school for 3 hours and they don't like it, and they think, oh, I don't want to do this. And so that's hard. But then trying to get them excited about it is even more important in a way. If we think that languages are good, if we think that, it's really useful for children to take, the languages of their parents seriously, that kind of thing, because it really influences relationships too. That's very important.
Okay, thank you, Marian, for the answer. And maybe we are now at the last question. So the question is from Fidestri Riani Murdian, one of our students. So she asked, does monolingualism limit an individual's ability to adapt to an increasingly connected and multicultural global environment, and reduce opportunities to collaborate and interact with people from different cultural and linguistic backgrounds?
Lovely, lovely question to end because it's a very easy one to answer. Yes. So the answer is yes. And I think that in Australia, we really lose out. We have such a ridiculous, like we have so much diversity, and our answer is to gradually kill it. And I think we should be moving in the other direction. And so that's what really makes me want to do more research in this area. And I think it's very interesting, the Indonesian context, and how different it is, you know, because is there anybody in Indonesia who is monolingual? Probably just Australians. But it really, like, you have such a different context, and so really I would say in your context it's more about thinking, well, how can we really use all of this knowledge? Like, we have so much knowledge, and the students are learning. Are there any spaces where they can learn even more? Because we are thinking about language as process, and language is really useful in the process of learning.
All right, thank you so much, Marian, and that concludes the question and answer session. So for the honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants, that was the talk by Associate Professor Marian Turner. I'm sure that we have learned a lot from this talk, and we have gained a lot of insights to learning language, and hopefully our lens is widened as what the title of this talk is. And Marian, as our token of appreciation, we would like to show the certificate for your attendance today and also for your sharing today. So allow me to represent the committee and also the faculty to say our highest gratitude to you to share your expertise and to share your knowledge to us today. So once again, thank you so much. And hopefully this is not the last time that we collaborate together. Hopefully more to come soon. Yeah.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you, Marian.
I will see you later.
Day. See you. Okay, dear participants and ladies and gentlemen and presenters, that was the last keynote speech for today. And after this, I would like to give it back to the MC to lead us to the breakout room sessions for the parallel session. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the third agenda of today's conference. That is the parallel session, which will be started at 12 p.m. up to 14 p.m. So the presenters and participants, we kindly remind you to recheck the rundown for today's presentation to know what breakout rooms you are belong to have and present your paper presentation. The committee also reminds and will invite the presenters and participants to return to the main room due to the closing remarks that will be given by the head of conference committee, Dr. Leonardo Spar, MPD. So dear participants and presenters, see you on 45 minutes from now.
Kini di usianya yang ke-65 tahun, Unika menjadi sungai Yordan kehidupan dengan 4 anak sungai besar, 14 anak sungai kecil menjadi pohon kehidupan dengan 4 cabang, 14 dahan. Kita saksikan formasi 65.
Sejak KPK sampai Unika sekarang, lembaga ini menjadi rumah Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Ca lelendo, do lelengca. Hal ini ditandai dengan bergabunglah berbagai suku di NTT dan Indonesia. Saudara-saudari yang Muslim, Kristen, dan lain-lain. Kampus ini menjadi kampus multicultural dan religius.
cabang, simbol 4 fakultas, 14 pangamerik, simbol 14 prodi. Mari kita saksikan formasi U, simbol unika. Mari kita berikan aplaus yang meriah.
Widiawati Rita Chasya, or any representative from this team?
Are all the presenters here? Apakah semua presenter sudah siap di sini? Ada di sini semuanya?
Not yet, Miss.
Ya, kalau masuk deh. I want to check once again. Can you hear my voice? Apakah semua bisa dengar?
Yes, Miss.
Apakah suara saya bisa dengar? Can you hear my voice here?
Good afternoon all the presenters. Can you hear my voice? Bisa dengar suara saya?
Saya, Bu.
Oke.
Yes, Mom.
Clear ya? Oke, thank you. Are all the presenters here? Apakah semua presentersnya ada di sini?
Not yet, Miss.
Not yet. How many presenters?
Here. Group consists of 4 persons.
4 people. 4 people for each topic ya?
Yes.
So let me check ya. Can I check it? Yeah. Wait. Oke, Ibu Dewi Wulandari Pasaribu and her team from Universitas Negeri Medan.
Yes,
okay,
here.
Good, thank you. And then Pak Yonas Clement Gregorius D. Gobang and Genoveva Duaeni from Universitas Nusa Nipa Indonesia Maumere. Is Pak Yohanes Clement here? Yohanes Clement? Oh, I think that he's not here. Okay, he's not yet. And then Francisca Pedamun Ibu Francisca Pedamun, and then Ibu Maria Olga Jelimun, and Pak Leonardo Spar from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus is the one of the representatives here.
Yes.
Already, yeah. Okay, good. Now, and Ibu Veronica Variani Mardia and her teams. Then, are they all here? Ibu Veronica Variani Mardia, or one of the representatives?
Yeah.
Already, okay. Next, Ibu Selviana Newa and then Pak Justus Sentus Halum from Universitas Katolik Indonesia. Is Ibu Selviana Newa here? Okay, no one answers. Okay, next, Bapak Romo Ignatius Febrianto Revilino Bora from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng. Is Romo here? Okay, not yet. Then Ibu Mueng Wilhelmina and then her team. Is Ibu Mueng Wilhelmina from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng here? Can one of the representatives answers me, please? No one? Okay, no one answers. Then Ibu Matilda Ristanganus from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng and
Yes,
her
Miss.
team. Okay, so there are about 2 presenters from Bapak Febrianto Revelino Bora and then Newa aren't here. How about now I'm going to ask this all the presenters here. Do we need to start it now? I think that we need to start it as fast as possible, yeah, as fast as possible. Can we start it now?
Yes,
okay.
yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So let me start it. Yeah, good afternoon, all the presenters. Welcome to the second day of the 4th International Conference on Humanity, Education, Language, and Culture. So this afternoon, all the presenters are going to present your papers with the various topics today. However, before you start presenting your papers in the sessions, so let me introduce my name first. I am Yulian Juita Ekalia, MPD, as the moderator for these sessions. So, and then before we started, let me read the rules for today's presentations. And first one here, each presenter will have time about 10 minutes to present his or her papers. And then the second one here, if you have something that you are curious about the issues, then you may write down in the chat box. And then later on for the third one here, we will have about question and answer sessions for the last sessions. Okay, then without any further ado, then I will call the first presenter here, Ibu Dewi Wulandari Pasaribu and her team to present their papers from Universitas Negeri Medan. Okay, the time of the screen is yours now, Ibu.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, let me remind you once again, while the other presenter is presenting their papers, I want the other teams or the other presenters mute the sounds in the, what is that, in the Zoom.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the moderator who give me the chance to present about our paper presentation entitled Developing a Digital Dictionary of Traditional Bataknese Food and Beverage, a Linguistic Culinary Analysis. We are in a team. I am Dewi Wulandari Pasaribu as the first speakers, and the second speaker is Nida Ul Husna. The third speaker is Nurhapni Fatima, and the last speaker is Renaldi Silitonga for this paper presentation. All right. Here, the traditional language used may be of interest, especially for linguistic. As indication, vocabulary specific from of language from or linguistic feature by Here's Nation state that knowledge of vocabulary affects reading comprehension and that a reader's size of vocabulary can make a reading more pleasurable. Both language and food are culturally dependent and vary according to factors such as gender, age, situational context, or even lifestyle. And in Batak culture, food is one of the main components that must exist in every cultural event. And important for them to put on some particular dish in the different event. For here, the example for our preliminary data is like an arsik. Arsik is one kind of food that a processed fish that is cooked until the water or the soup dried. Arsik here has so many meanings for Bataknese people. It's such a like a symbol of the in a traditional event. And for the next, please. And here, the research problem is what are the words in the traditional Batak culinary that potentially put in the word list. And of course, the objective of this research is to know the words in traditional Batak culinary that potentially put into the word list.
Next slide, Kak, please. Okay, thank you, moderator, for this opportunity. I'd like to continue the explanation in our research in this theoretical review section. But before that, I want to provide an explanation about Batak culinary. Batak culinary centers are located in towns of Batak Highlands, such as the town of Kabanjahe and Brastagi in Tanah Karo area, while some towns around the Lake Toba offers freshwater fish dishes we call here as Arsik, and the North Sumatra capital of Medan is also a Batak cuisine hotspot where numbers of Lapo. Lapo is a Batak eating establishment. But the city is also a culinary center of halal Malay deli, as well as Indian cuisine and Chinese Indonesian cuisine. Outside its traditional lands in North Sumatra. Batak cuisine can also be found in Lapo in Jakarta, as well as most of the Indonesian major city. Batak food is also widely present in Penang, Malaysia, due to wide Batak migrant labor population found there. These are some of the study that we use as reference in this research. The first one is the early days of food in linguistics were full of existing discoveries. researchers were creating lists of vocabulary. Next slide, Kak, please. Okay, because our research is related to the lexicon, so we also explain the lexicon here. Lexicon is the word that people understand in their word. Based on Sudrajat, he said that the word lexicon comes from Greek lexicon, which means word or vocabulary. And there are some lexicon commonly called vocabulary can be interpreted as the first one is wealth of word owned by a language, and the second one is all words contained in a language, and there is also idiolect, and the fourth one is term, and next is language component, the last one is dictionary. And also next slide, Kak, please. Okay. Here, Arleta asserts that lexicography is a science that is to be employed based on its ability to convey a true proposition. So one of our goals in conducting this research is to introduce traditional food which function to strengthen local identity, considering its role in the culture of the wider community. This includes not only the processing technique used, the place of traditional food in the culture fabric of society, but also the recipe themselves, which are often passed down from generation to generation. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to the next explanation about the research methodology of our research. This study employed of descriptive qualitative, which is designed to ascertain the existence and manifestation of a phenomenon within the context of language. As Creswell in 1994 asserts that qualitative research is descriptive, with the research's primary focus being on the process, meaning, and understanding derived from words or image. And the data source in this study utilized by the researchers comprises news articles sourced from online media outlets, interviews with the native speakers of Batak language, and culinary books, amongst other sources. As Samia Zilsariosa said that as a document is a written account created by humans, this definition encompasses a wide range of materials, including books, notes, manifestation, ordinance, blogs, web pages, and photographs. There are some steps in collecting the data. First, reading the culinary book and noting the result of interviewing the native speakers of Bataknese speaker. And the second, underlining and making a word list of Bataknese culinary, and the third, making a list of the meaning. After reading the culinary book, this slide will be explained by the last speaker, please.
Okay, thank you. So after we take a note, reading some culinary books and interviewing some native speakers, we come to the result that we have been compiled and published on the website, so everyone can access the website and read the word list from the website. So next slide, please. So these are the word lists that we have been compiled and put into the website. So we put the word list into 3 languages. So the first one is the source language as the native language. It's a Bataknese, of course. And the other 2 languages that we use is Bahasa Indonesia and English. So first, we put the Batanis and the meaning as a translation in English and Bahasa. Okay, for example here, the word Agundea Bolgang. This is pisang rebus. Yeah, maybe we have been familiar with this kind of food. Agundea sauk, also pisang goreng. So bolgang, di bolgang means like boil, the boil. The sauk means to fry, yeah. So agundea is pisang, of course. And as the example in our preliminary data, the arsik thing is also from Batanes. That people eat daily in the formal or informal situation, same as all of these one here that we put here. Example, the deke in this deke part is ikan or fish in English. So there are a lot of kind of deke that Batanes people eat. Example, deke RC as example. The first example, deke bolgang. Again, bolgang is rebus or boiled, deke gule, deke minggar tonggi, deke niura, deke tinutu. Usually, deke is what we found from the native speaker is deke used for the formal, more to the informal side of the Batanes culture. Next, please. Okay, these are more example. We start already G until L, and yeah, unfortunately there are some of letter that some of the food in Batanes culture is not started with some letter. So example here, we all only finish until U, letter U, because we don't have W, we don't have X, we don't have Y in Batanes food. So for the result, our result in the word list format or dictionary format, you can access it from this link here. Okay, thank you. Back to the first speaker, please.
Yes, from the previous explanation and the presentation of our paper, so our team has the conclude that learning vocabulary of any discipline, especially
photos about how to form a learning community in East Manggarai Regency. Okay, thank you. This is my presentation. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if you don't satisfied
Thank you so much,
about this.
Pak.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Marianus Takung, for your nice presentations. And we will explore more your thoughts or ideas when question and answer session open. Yeah, Pak. Now, I call on the second presenter, Putu Ayu Kinanti Pradita. Hello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Franciscus, for the time given to me. Let me share my screen first. Can you see my screen, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay. Okay. We have got it.
Okay, thank you. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, and also Mr. Franciscus as a moderator. My name is Putu Ayu Kinanti Pradita, and in this occasion, I would like to present my paper entitled Decoding Appropriate English for Flight Attendant Learning Materials for Generation Z Students, Insights and Preferences. All right. The aviation industry is witnessing an increasing interest among Generation Z individuals in becoming flight attendants, highlighting the crucial need to tailor language learning materials to suit their preferences and incorporate innovative approaches like digital media, while empirical investigations are necessary to identify specific English language requirements for this demographic and to be guidance the development of effective educational resources. The methods of this study utilize a qualitative approach employing the target situation analysis or TSA method to identify specific language needs for Generation Z individuals aspiring to become flight attendants, conducted at a private aviation school in Bali, involving both experienced flight attendants and students in the flight attendant program. With data collection method is interviews and questionnaires to understand language and communication needs, preferences for learning resources, and qualitative analysis involving coding and analysis of responses to identify recurring themes and patterns. Okay, let's move to results and discussion. I have 7 tables actually. The first one I will explore and explain about table 1 about learners analysis. In here, this study reveals that the students' first language is Indonesian, and they are learning English as a foreign language. They vary in English proficiency from fluent to basic levels. Aspiring flight attendants, they aim to improve their English communication skills for their future careers, which involve extensive interaction in aviation settings. The findings highlight the importance of effective communication skills in English, which go beyond language contents to include interpersonal dynamics and cultural understanding. The researcher explored how well someone speaks a language, their ability to connect with others, and their awareness of different cultures, showing the difficulties they encounter in becoming excellent communicators. In this part, the study explores insights from experienced flight attendants, highlighting the needs for tailored English learning materials for aspiring professionals. These materials must build students' confidence in their English proficiency, crucial for managing the diverse challenges of modern air travel industry. Effective communication in aviation goes beyond language skills. It requires confidence to handle passengers' interactions and emergency situations, and also integrating hospitality principles into English instructions is also essential. As flight attendants are key in providing comfort and reassurance to passengers. Mastery of English should be paired with a deep understanding of hospitality to ensure interactions are warm, professional, and service-oriented. The participants recommended a comprehensive curriculum that reflects real-world aviation demands, including safety briefings, emergency protocols, aviation jargon, cultural nuances, customer service, and conflict resolution. In this topics and themes part, it means to understand the diverse demands of the aviation industry. Certain key topics are crucial for flight attendants. Safety and emergency procedures are fundamental to ensuring the safety of passengers and crew, requiring careful attention and proficiency. As stated by Kang, John, Lee, and Lee in 2005, interpersonal communication skills help flight attendants handle interactions with passengers and colleagues smoothly, while collaborative communication is important for teamwork and addressing challenges efficiently. Proficiency in security procedures is crucial also for protecting against potential threats and ensuring safety of the passengers and crew in the airplane. And cultural sensitivity necessary to interact respectfully with passengers from diverse backgrounds. And health and well-being as a topics focus on passengers' care and self-care practices for flight attendants. And in task analysis in table 4, flight attendants play a key role in making air travel itself safe and enjoyable. They do many tasks before, during, and after flight, like preparing for the trip, helping passengers, and handling emergency. They also manage paperwork and provide special services for passengers. And also, good communication is very needed or essential for flight attendants. They need to speak clearly and use the right words for safety and customer service. And also, learning different ways to talk and using proper grammar helps them to communicate effectively. Mastering these language skills is crucial for flight attendants to perform their job well and ensure passengers have a pleasant experience in their flight. All right, in table 5, we have situation and cultural analysis. Here, flight attendants itself mainly use English when working on airplanes, talking with passengers, colleagues, and supervisors. They also use English training programs, simulations, workshops, and social interactions. And the learning materials for flight attendants should include examples of conversation for different situations. Good communication in English means understanding cultural differences, like how people talk, behave, and expect service what service that we will deliver to them. Knowing these cultural aspects helps flight attendants choose the right words and communicate better. It's important to follow language rules and act professionally and friendly while following safety rules and the standards of the company. And we move to table, yes, knowing these cultural aspects from flight attendants choose the right words and communicate better. All right, we move to table norms and conventions.
2 more minutes, Bu.
Yes, Pak. Understanding cultural values, beliefs, customs, and behaviors is crucial for interacting with the diverse passengers encountered in aviation. This investigation highlights the importance of educational materials going beyond it's just language skills to include cross-cultural insights and diverse English expressions for different situations. And this is the last table, students' preferences. Students' preferences, it means Generation Z students. Gen Z students like learning with videos and mobile quizzes, especially online courses, because they can study anytime and anywhere. They find it helpful when learning English for flight attendant to use real situations and practice activities like role play and case studies. They also need ongoing support like language practice groups and virtual teaching and learning process. And in conclusion, I may conclude that this study helps us understand how Generation Z aspiring flight attendants learn English for their job by looking closely at what they need and prefer. We can create better learning materials for them. The researcher found that using videos and mobile-friendly content helps engage Generation Z learners. Including this English training can improve how well they understand and prepare for their role as flight attendants. However, it has limitations of the study. Focusing on a focus on a specific group of people, highlighting the need for further research to identify the best teaching methods for future flight attendants. And the findings The findings are important not only for school, but also for airlines and others involved in aviation. They can use the insights to improve English training programs for Generation C flight attendants, which can make air travel safer and better for everyone. In the future, the researcher hopes that they explore new teaching methods like immersive experience or games and see how well flight attendants keep using what they learn over time. By always improving how we teach English, we can make sure future flight attendants have the language skills they need to do their job well in today's diverse world of aviation. All right, I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I will give it back to the moderator. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Putu Ayu Kinanti Paradita, for your nice presentations. We will explore more your presentation during question and answer session. Thank you. Next, I call.
The connotation is digging and burying. What can be dug up and buried are only things that can be touched or concrete object. Meanwhile, spoken words that come out of our mouth cannot be dug up and buried, so they are included in the connotation meaning. And the last one, affective or emotive, the utterances delivered by the traditional elders about feeling, attitude, for example, in giving advice to people who insulting others. So as we know that we are people who live in Indonesia, actually we have our own traditional ceremony, and in particular place, this traditional ceremony which had with various purpose or aims through the use of function and meaning of words or our utterances in attempt to solve or overcome social difficulty around us. So this traditional ceremony means to speak presumptuously, to insult people, gossip, or sometimes spread slanders so others are offended and angry and report it to the elders. So the elders or someone will give, can be given advice and given customary sanctions, like what I said before, that we have some traditional fines as sanctions. As part of, in our local language, we say haputwai meang, to like purify. And this traditional ceremony is a part of a dispute about the well-known ceremony by the villagers, which was inherited from our ancestors. So lexically, this word, this kind of traditional ceremony, solo hulir seang halak, consists of some words. They are solo. Solo means catch, in English catch, or in Indonesia tangkap. Hulir means lupa or forget in English. Seang means talk, and hala means wrong. Salah, hala ya, wrong. So this happens when slandering someone or another person or people who are being talked about or gossiped about or slandered here directly. Yeah, someone here when we insult them, and it means in our local language we say ya tatoma. Yeah, they hear directly at the time and reports the incident to the traditional elders. And actually, traditional elders or atadu amuan in our local language, they are member of the customary institution of Habi and Langir village. They are member of customary institution, and the traditional elders then investigate whether what is being talked about, is it true or not, and then when and where the talk or gossip took place, who was involved in the talk, the reasons why, and how they talk about others. After that, the traditional elders arrange a schedule regarding when and where this traditional ceremony or solo hulir siang hala will be held to consult the person who committed the slander and provide effect in the form of customary fines if they are found guilty of slandering others. In this case, the role of customary elders as negotiators in possible language conflict, and the central role of customary elders in interpreting every verbal or even non-verbal activity. So this traditional ceremony will lead to disputes between the two parties, and there is no effect on the person who made the mistake. In addition, through this traditional ceremony and with the customary fines, other communities will realize and be afraid to make the same mistake. Yeah, dealing with traditional fines, it is a consequence that people found guilty of slandering others will be asked to stand in front of the traditional elders and the community. Yeah. Not only they have to fulfill the traditional fines, but also they have to stand in front of the traditional elders and the community who attend the ceremony while chanting as a form of punishment, so they would not repeat it again. Meanwhile, as a form of punishment, they also informed to bring several things like what I said before: money, rice, traditional alcoholic drink, pig, gold, and also ringgit. Yeah, ringgit, or in English same, yeah, ringgit, or in our local language rigi. It means 1 ringgit consists of 2 rupiahs 20 cents, but it is in ancient times the ancestor used a customary fine, but today in this era we use 2 million rupiahs, or according to local tradition as taught by the elders. So I will ask my partner, Bapak Dr. Gary. Halo, Ibu.
Yeah.
Oh ya, Bapak ya, Bapak.
Yeah, dua ini. Yeah.
Yeah.
I little bit to edit that about our research. Also explain about language as games and language conflict, and language as a weapon and language as a tool for peace. And we know that various language function, and how local wisdom teach us to use language to live together. That is important about to explain the function of language. And yeah, I think that we can continue to discuss about the function of language. Do any?
Okay, thank you so much, Bapak. Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu Eka. Okay. In other words, like what Bapak Dr. Gary said before, that the guilty person received, have to attend this traditional ceremony, and also we have elaborate very well about each type of offense or mistake in speech by insulting others has different customary fine. Actually, the other, we have not only one traditional ceremony, but also the other, not only solo hulir seanghala, but also the others. And I would like to say that dealing with the informants or our traditional elder, not only, only people, and what I said before, that they are members of the customary institution of those villages, and the researcher chose informants based on their perceived familiarity and expertise with this ceremony. So not we only choose randomly, but the informants in the research must meet several requirements, such as being physically and mentally healthy, knowing something about the topic, especially this traditional ceremony, and also having direct experience at the research site, and being willing and able to participate in this research start from beginning to the end. Okay, Ibu Eka, I think that's all from our presentation. Thank you so much, Ibu.
Yeah, okay. It is an interesting presentations, Bu, Ibu Genoveva, and then Pak Dr. Jonas Clemens, talking about the functions and meaning behind the traditional adults' perceptions and role in Solo Hulir Seang Halu as a part of the dispute. Then now let's move to the next presenter, Ibu Francisca Pedamun and her team from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng. Yeah, thank you. And then can you stop share screen right now?
Yeah.
Ibu, thank you.
Yeah.
If you have some questions, then you may write down in the chat box, because in the last sessions that we are going to have, question and answer sessions.
Sorry, Ibu, I get something problem with my
What's happening? You cannot stop sharing share screen?
Yeah, kursornya.
Okay, then what should I do then?
Sorry, Ibu.
Can you just what is that?
The cursor. Sorry.
Yeah, the cursor. I know. Maybe. How about if you?
Okay, may I leave and then I
leave the room, please.
Okay,
Please. Okay, thank you. Yeah. How about Ibu Francisca Pedamun? Are you here, Ibu Francisca?
Yes, Mom.
Pak Dokter, don't forget to remind Ibu Genoveva to return to our room right now. Is Pak Dokter here? Pak Dokter Jonas? Okay. Yeah. Francisca Pedamun, could you please start your presentation?
Yes, Mom.
Only 10 minutes, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the chance for me. Now I will present my research about the EFL students' perception toward the use of ChatGPT in EFL classroom.
Picture, diagrams, and reading materials to convey the materials. Mr. A and Mr. T often use limited instruction and visual media to explain complex concepts. Kinetic style, with a percentage of 19%, involve physical activity and active participation of students. Mr. N and Mr. T use hands-on learning approaches and hand signal to encourage students' participation. The combination of these three teaching styles create a more inclusive and effective learning environment, which meets the learning needs of a variety of students. And the last, about the conclusion of this paper. Based on the finding of the study of 4 English teachers at SMK Sarwisata Ruteng, it showed that they apply 3 main teaching styles: auditory, visual, and kinesthetic style. Mr. N and Miss E mainly use the auditory style by giving oral explanation and instruction and encouraging class discussion. Mr. A and Mr. T combine auditory with a visual and kinesthetic style, using written instruction, visual teaching media, as well as hands-on learning and hand signal. The results show that the dominant style is auditory, 49%, followed by kinesthetic style, 19%, and the last visual style, 22%. While the auditory style offers advantage in information delivery and discussion, this research showed the importance of incorporating more visual aids and kinesthetic activities to cater for various learning styles and increase students' engagement. Okay, well, Miss Putri, I think that's all of my presentation. Back to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this wonderful
presentation, Miss Familia Ganur. And yeah, for all the participants, I remind you again that if you have a question for Miss Familia Ganur regarding her research, please write down your question in the chat box, so I will read it at the end of this session. And next, I want to call again Mr. Franciscus Nendi from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng. Are you here, Mr.? Mr. Franciscus Nendi, are you here, Mr.? Well, I want to call again Mr. Gedelfridus Nanggal. Are you here, Mr. Gedelfridus Nanggal from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng? Mr. Gedelfridus Nanggal? Well, maybe he's still not joined in this room. And then I want to call Miss Florencia Ratnasari from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng. Are you here, Miss? And can you hear my voice clearly? Okay, she's still not joined with us. And the next presenter is Mr. Stanislaus Hermaditoyo and friends from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng. Mr. Stanislaus, are you here? Well, while waiting for this presenter, I want to open the question and answer session for two presenters who already present their paper. It is Miss Maria Gratia Secunda and Miss Familia Ganur. And for all the participants here, please raise your hand if you want to ask a question, and please don't forget to mention your name and for whom you want to deliver your question. Time is yours right now, and you can also chat or write down your question in the chat box. Thank you. Okay, there are one participant here. It is Febronia Clara Dedanu. Okay, sister, time is yours now to deliver a question. Please don't forget to mention for whom you want to deliver your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Putri. So, my name is Febronia Clara Dedanu. Thank you. And my questions for Maria Gracia Secunda.
Your camera, please. Your camera, please.
Okay.
Yes, sister, please turn on your camera.
Sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
wait. Okay. Okay.
Sister, are you okay? Well, thank you, sister.
Thank you. Yeah. So for Maria Gracia Segunda, your presentation is good, and I like that. But I have questions for you. For your perspective as a prospective teacher, Indonesia is one of the countries experiencing difficulties in providing adequate resource and instructors for English language teaching. So my question, what strategies can be implemented to address this issue? Additionally, how can the role of technology, such as the ChatGPT app, language learning platforms, and learning help address the shortage of English instructors in remote areas? I think that's all. Thank you.
Miss Maria Gratia. Did you catch the meaning? What the context of the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Can Sister Clara repeat the question or write down in chat box?
Okay.
Sister, can you repeat again your question?
Wait, Putri.
It's okay, sister.
From your perspective, okay. My questions is, what strategies can be implemented to address this issue? Additionally, how can the role of technology, such as the ChatGPT app, language learning platforms, and e-learning help address the shortage of English instructor in remote areas?
Okay, sister. Thank you. May I answer the first question from you first?
Okay.
Okay. Your question about how to discover or to solve the problems that found in Indonesia, especially in education, in language teaching, such as like what have you explained? I think as a pre-service English teacher, I think it's better for me, and I will try to implement the technology in EFL in my classroom, in EFL classroom, or in my language teaching. Like I use ChatGPT as a one of our teaching tool, because I think ChatGPT is really helpful for us as students, or also for a teacher, like what I have explained, that it can be a tool for teacher for design lesson plan, and also creating material for students. I think it will be one solution to cover the problems like that. I think that's step.
The last conclusion, based on the result of data analysis by using statistical calculation, the writer concludes that students who were taught by using collaborative learning have better achievement than students who are not taught by collaborative learning. After analyze the data, the researchers that could say that the alternative hypothesis that already proposed above was rejected, and the null hypothesis was rejected. The statistical calculation showed that the T observation is higher than theta. It could be concluded that alternative hypothesis was rejected. It means that using collaborative learning to teach descriptive writing to the 10th grade student at SMA 1 Langkerembong was effective. Okay, I think that's all my question, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Miss Elizabeth. What such a wonderful presentation. And okay, all right. Thank you. You may stop to share the screen so we can have another presenter to share the screen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the next presenter, which is from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng as well. Hello, Mr. Areng, are you with us here? Well, the next presenter is Mr. Areng. Are you with us here? Okay, seems like Mr. Areng didn't join yet. So we move to another presenter, which is from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng as well. Jeffrianto Jahadun and friends. Hello, Mr. Jeffrianto.
Yes, Miss, I'm here.
Okay, so are you ready to present now?
Yes, Miss.
Yeah, okay. You're ready to present it now?
Yes, I'm ready to present my material now.
All right. So you have 10 minutes to present. And for those who have questions for the previous presenter, just keep the question to the next session. And now I would like to give all the time for Mr. Devrianto to present the material. Now time is yours, 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay, let me share my material. Hello, can you see my material? 20. So, okay, thanks for time that given to me. So now let me present my research with the
Excuse
title.
me, Mr. Devrianto, could you please make it into a full screen so it would be nice for us to see your screen?
Okay, wait a moment.
All right. For all the presenter, please on your camera while present your material. And for Mr. Devrianto, could you please open your camera during the presentation session? All right, thank you.
Okay, can I start present my material?
Sure, go on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for time that given. So my title of my research is an analysis of students' reading comprehension problems at the second level of the English Language Education Study Program at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng. Okay, the first is introduction. So background of study, reading and comprehension are closely related because comprehension is the main goal of reading. It is strengthened by Suryani 2023, which state that reading and comprehension are two things that cannot be separated because understanding is the main goal from reading. Reading comprehension is a multi-step process that includes the reader's knowledge of vocabulary, text interaction, and application of comprehension strategies. That is by Rahmanita 2023. And then reading comprehension as a fundamental cognitive skill is critical to academic success and lifelong learning. Good reading comprehension not only allows individuals to derive meaning from text, but also facilitates critical thinking and summarizing information. Okay, that is my problem of study. Based on the background and condition described in the background of study, the researcher formulates the research question as what were the problems encountered by second grade students in reading comprehensions? And then the object of study. This study was to analyze the problems that encountered by second grade students of English Language Education Study Program at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng. And then scope of study. In this study, the researchers focused on the problems encountered by students in reading comprehensions, such as vocabulary, grammatical, main ideas, and supporting ideas. And then definition of key terms. The first is reading. Reading is defined as an active effort by the reader to understand the reader's message, including decoding and analyzing, reasoning, thinking, imagining, and evaluating by Baba and Effendi 2020. And then reading comprehension. Reading comprehension is a thinking process in which the reader selects facts, information, or ideas from print material, determines the meaning the author intended to convey, determines their relationship to knowledge, their previous knowledge, and evaluate their relevance and value to meet their expectation. That is by Oran Patanachai 2023. And last is reading problems. Reading problems are difficulties faced by students when understanding a text or the content of the text they read. By Setia et al. 2023. And then is research method. The first is research type. In this study, the types that the researchers used were descriptive, qualitative research. According to Fossey et al. 2002, qualitative research is a process of reviewing, synthesizing, and interpreting data to describe and explain the phenomena or social words being studied. To determine the second-grade students' problems with reading comprehension, this study used qualitative techniques to get the data and gave questionnaires to students about their problems with reading comprehension. Thus, the researcher conducted research at the second level of English language education study program students at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. And then subject of the study. In this research, the subject were all the English students who were taking and had already taken extensive reading courses in the English language education study program at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. The aim of this research was to analyze the students' problems with reading comprehension. Therefore, the sample that was taken from this research were all the students' second level or semester 4, 3 classes, and 96 students in the English language education study program at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. And then technique of data collection. To collect the data, the researchers used survey. A survey was a process of collecting the data by giving questionnaires to the respondents. According to Sims 2006, questionnaire is a form which is prepared and distributed for the purpose of securing response. And then instrument of data collection. In this study, the researcher used the questionnaires as an instrument of research. The questionnaire was one of the pieces of data collected that provided a set of statements that were given to the participant to be answered. The participants were asked to rate statements that were given using a 4-point Likert scale ranging from strongly disagree, disagree, agree, and the last is strongly agree. And then is technique of data analysis. In analyzing the data, the writer used SPSS 24 program to find out the descriptive statistic. That was the average percentage are used to find out the students' problems reading comprehension in extensive reading subject. There were some steps in analyzing the data. Firstly, the questionnaires were collected from the students. Secondly, the results from the questionnaires were counted. After that, the writer looked for the average score of the questionnaire to find out students' problems. And next step, the writer determined percentage to find out the highest to lowest problems faced by students, such as vocabulary, grammatical, main ideas, and supporting ideas. Finally, the writer analyzed it qualitatively. And then is result and discussion. The first is result. For the vocabulary problem, the result shows the students who are having problem with vocabulary. The total average percentage of the vocabulary problems was 63.34%. And then for the grammatical problems, the results shows that the students who are having problem with grammatical, the total average percentage of the grammatical problems was 53.34%. And then main idea problems. The results show the students who are having problems with main ideas. The total average percentage of the grammatical problems was 51.26%. And the last is supporting idea problems. The result shows the students who are having problems with main ideas. I'm sorry, I mean with supporting idea, the total average percentage of grammatical problems supporting ideas is 51.26%. And then is discussion. This research identified 4 primary problems encountered by second grade students in the English Language Education Study Program at Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng in reading comprehension, such as vocabulary, grammatical difficulties, challenges in identifying main ideas, and problems in recognizing supporting ideas. These findings highlight significant barriers to effective reading comprehension, as a majority of students reported difficulties in these areas, with 63.34% struggling with vocabulary, and then 53.34% with grammar, 41.26% with identifying main ideas, and the last is supporting ideas. There are 53.3%. The study underscores the necessity for target instructional strategies to address these challenges, such as explicit vocabulary and grammar instruction, techniques for identifying main ideas and supporting details, and individualized support to cater to diverse students' needs. These interventions are critical for enhancing student reading comprehension skills and ensuring academic success. And the last is conclusion. After the researchers looked at the students' reading comprehension problem and after analyzing the data gained from the questionnaires, the researchers conclude that the majority of students in the second level of the English Language Education Study Program at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng have problems in reading comprehension. There were the percentage of students' problems encountered in reading comprehension. Vocabulary problems, 63.34% students who have problems, and then grammatical statement, there are 53.34% students who have problems, and then main idea statements, there are 26% students who have problems, and the last is supporting idea statements. There are 52.3% students who have problems. As a result, most of students in the second level of the English Language Education Study Program at Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng had difficulties in reading comprehension. Based on the result that the researcher got, the researchers can conclude that vocabulary is the biggest problems that students face in reading comprehension. Okay, I think that's all my presentation today, and I give time back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrianto, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. You may stop share the screen. And now I would like to invite another presenter who wants to present the materials. The next one is Yovitalia Icha from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng with the topic a comparative study of speaking ability between students who joined English club and those who did not at SMA Negeri 1 Langkerembong. Hello, Miss Yuvalita. Hello, Miss Yovitalia Icha. Are you here? Well, once again, I want to call the next presenter, Miss Yovitalia Icha. Hello, are you here with us? All right, seems like the next presenter is not joined here, so I would like to go forward to the next presenter from Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, Mr. Patricius E. Tanjo and friends, with the topic, the student's perspective towards the use of Quillbot in EFL writing class. Hello, Mr.
Hello.
All right, can you hear me, Mr. Patricius E.
Yes,
Tanjo?
yes, I hear your voice. Thank you.
All right, actually now your time to present the material with the topic, the student's perspective towards the use of Quillbot in EFL writing class. Is that correct?
Okay, let me share my paper.
Yeah, you may see the screen now.
Can you see my paper?
Yeah,
Hello?
exactly. We can see the screen now. Can you make it bigger, like into the full screen, so that it would be nice for it would be easy for us to see the screen to read all the materials. Hello, is everything good there? Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Wait, miss. Okay, 1 minute.
Well, I just want to remind you to open the camera during the presentation.
Good afternoon, all of the participants. Thank you for the chance given to me. So now I would like to present my material about the student's perspective toward the use of Quillbot in EFL writing class. Okay. As we know, currently we have known about the artificial intelligence. So now the Quillbot is the part of artificial intelligence that I share to you. Okay, we come to the next slide. Is about the background of this study. Okay, the background of the study is Quillbot is an AI-powered writing tool designed to assist user in various writing tasks. It includes features such as paraphrasing, summarizing, grammar checking, and citation generator. The tools rewrite content, improve the quality of writing, and ensure grammatical correctness. So it harnesses the power of artificial intelligence to provide users with an array of helpful features and functions. So the Quillbot primary strength lies in its ability to generate high-quality paraphrase and rewrite text while maintaining its original meaning. The importance of this AI or Quillbot are to avoid plagiarism, save time, optimize readability, and generate ideas. It is very important for students when they want to conduct their assignments or writing. For the function of this AI or Quillbot include helping correct grammar, reordering sentences, avoiding word repetition, and simplifying sentences to improve clarity and readability. These two have a limit of up to 400 characters that can be paraphrased in the free version, because these tools have two versions, namely free version and premium version. For the premium version is we can pay for get the 100 characters that we are going to paraphrase about the text. So the advantage of this application is that it time efficient and can quickly paraphrase in English. This application can assist in enhancing text clarity and locating appropriate synonyms. Of course, it has gained popularity among millions of users by word, including students and writers. And then we come to the next. Numerous studies have been done regarding the opinions of students in general and EFL learners in particular regarding the use of Quillbot in writing. It is as another useful online resource for helping students with academic writing, such as ChatGPT or all of the artificial intelligence that appears in the internet. The problem of this study is how students' perspective on use of Quillbot in EFL writing class. How the students' perspective, how the students' perspective when they are using the Quillbot. EFL students often make mistakes in writing such teachers cannot find online resource. This according to Mamadova 2019. Online grammar and spell checking software play an important role in language teaching. And the method of the study
Excuse me, seems like something wrong with the networking, so your voice is not really clear. How about anyone else? Can you hear the Mr. Patrianus' voice clear?
No, we cannot hear.
We cannot hear clear.
So actually it's because of the networking. So hello, Mr. Patricius.
Wait, miss. Can you? Hello, miss.
Can you try speak? Oh yeah, now it's clear enough.
Hello, it's clear my voice, miss.
Yeah. Is it clear enough now? You can continue your presentation.
Maybe I can continue. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. For the method of the study is a descriptive quantitative approach, which a survey method. According to Creswell 2003, quantitative is one in which the researchers primarily use positive claims for the developing knowledge. For example, cause and effect thinking, reduction to specific variables, and hypotheses and questions. The use of measurements and observation, and the test of the theories. The descriptive design used to interpret the data. For the population of the study, is the third grade students of English language study program at Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, with the 40 students as the sample in the study. For the technique of data collections used, the study is a survey. Survey is a method in use to collect the data from population and sample by asking questions. This study used online survey by Google Form and sent in via WhatsApp. So the questionnaires contains a list of questions that address students' perspective of using Quillbot. The questionnaires that give to respondents is the closed-ended questions. Students will require selecting an answer using a Likert scale or choosing either strongly agree, disagree, neutral, and strongly disagree. So in the study, use 5 indicators, namely perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude toward using of technology, behavioral intention to use, and actual technology use. So these indicators are to help the researchers to collect the data in the results. And to analyze the data, the researchers measure and examine the questionnaire using the formula from Wahyuni et al. 2016, cited in Herman et al. 2021, and use Excel as a tool to find out the number of percentage.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Patricius, just to remind you, you have 2 minutes left for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, this is the results of the study.
Collaborative and communicative learning communities. And I think collaborative and communicative learning communities are communities in which learners work together to achieve a common goal while using effective communication and interpersonal skills to build mutual trust and respect. I think this is refers to talks of Habermas about how to build consciousness of member of community. Yeah. In such communities, students have two opportunity to work in groups, share their ideas, and communicate with each other effectively. Yeah, I think. In Habermas' theory of communicative action, communication is seen as an interactive process in which individuals negotiate meanings and develop shared understanding, talk, dialogue. Yeah. This process involves learning through the dialogue that is open-ended, non-cursive, and aimed at mutual understanding and agreement. Yeah, I think like that, Mr. Franciscus.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And now I give chance to Pak Adrianus, who has a raised hand. Okay, Pak Adrianus. Halo, Pak.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. This question is addressed to Miss Putu Ayu. I think. Hello. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to turn on my camera first. Yeah. The paper presentation given by Ms. Putu Ayu entitled Decoding Appropriate English for Flight Attendant Learning Materials for Generation or Z Generation Students insights, and preferences, right? Am I right, Miss Putri Ayu? I mean, Miss Putu.
Yes, Bapak Adrianus, you can call me Kinanti.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Miss Kinanti. Yeah, okay. All right.
Kinanti.
Miss Kinanti, my question is, how can we ensure that the English learning materials for Z generation flight attendant students are both relevant and engaging, considering that their uniqueness or preferences and the evolving of trends in education today. Let me say, because given the increasing emphasis or personalized and technology enhanced learning, so which kind of strategies you usually use as educator that you employ to create materials that not only meet the professional communication needs of the aviation industry, but also align with the digital and interactive interactive learning styles favored by the students as the Z generation. Am I clear enough, Miss Kinanti?
Yes, Bapak Adrianus, it's very clear.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so can I answer now directly to your questions?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you. If you can direct answer.
All right. First of all, I was a flight attendant for 12 years. And then now I'm working in the aviation school in Bali, private school in Bali. And according to your questions, what is the implementation to do teaching and learning process can be smoothly and effectively to be done in the classroom to teach the young learners, especially Generation Z in this case. For me, I am a generation millennial, and when I was when I studied flight attendant book about the standard and procedures, emergency service, and something like that, it used books. It used book as conventionally by reading a books, and then the teacher only demonstrated in the classroom in front of the class, not using technology. Then now in this generation, in this era, today's era is Gen Z, if I'm not mistaken, Gen Z, which is the individuals or the learners, especially born in 2000 to 2000 something. So because of that, the implementation of teaching and learning process to teach flight attendants, especially English learning material for them, by using audio, a conversation, which is recorded in some link, and then they can proceed to the link or barcode or scan barcode, something like that. And also I use some gamification like quizzes or Padlet to enhance their vocabulary and then to enhance their reading comprehension also. Instead of doing by using only reading a books or reading some articles or just seeing the instructor teaching in front of the class, I found that they more enthusiastic and they more easy to absorb the materials by doing like technology like scanning barcode or link the quizzes or doing the Padlet stuff or something like that, sir. And I make actually right now I'm making a book to English material for flight attendant. This book consists of paper and also the barcode and then link so that they can access to learn in their home or anywhere, anytime they wish to study. I think that's my question. My answer is answer your question, sir.
Okay, thank you, Bu. Okay, thank you so much.
Ms. Kinanti.
Okay.
So it means that you use multimodal approach, right? To
Okay.
learning styles. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now I see that another participant raised hand already there. Elvis. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Okay. You may ask questions
Well,
now.
thank you for the chance. I'd like to deliver this question to Ms. Hermawati and friends, which is already.
Can you? Hello, Elvis.
Hello, sir.
Can you just turn on your video?
Yes. Wait a second. Okay. Well, thank you for the chance given. I'd like to deliver this question to Ms. Hermawati and friends, which is already presented about the use of the netizens or the TikTokers that use Toba Batak language that using Korean accent, right? Well, thank you for the presentation. You have presented about about the language, about the Toba Batak language. You have presented about the morphology or the language itself, about the root, stem, and base. But what I want to ask here, because you didn't clearly mention about the implications of that, because like in this case, the netizens or the TikTokers using the language for in Korean accent, right? My question is, what is the impact to the language? And also, do you see this as an opportunity, or do you see this as a threat or the barrier to the preservation of the language? That's for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elvis. Hello, Bu Hermawati and friends.
Hello, yes, sir.
You may answer the question raised by our participant, Elvis.
Okay, thank you, Elvis, for the question. And also, we have other 2 questions here. So, can we answer all the questions, sir?
That's good.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the question. So, when we're talking about language barrier, sometimes even when we now we speak in English, so we have a language barrier. Even also, we try. Like me, I got married to a Macedonian, and my husband is a foreigner. So that's why if people ask me, do you have a language barrier? Sometimes we do. But why we choose this as our data, TikTok? Because as we know now that we are living in the digital area, and also as what we see, Genji, and it's difficult for them. They more like, for example, they are influenced a lot by the Korean. Most of them influenced by Korean culture. So, for example, like food or other things, and even talking about clothing. So, children in nowadays, they are interested in other languages, most and their native. And most of the parents also, they don't talk much at home with their native, and as what we know explained by Miss Mary Ann Turner, maybe it's difficult to find monolingualism in Indonesia, for example. But it's what we see nowadays. It turned. Most of the children or Gen Z now on, they prefer to do with the other culture. They are interested in other culture. They're interested more in other languages now. What are popular? What is go viral? That's what they more like. And and also the second question, it's given to for Ms. Monica, is also here. It's almost like we can say that similar. How can this research contribute to development of teaching materials and educational resources for the Batak community? Of course, it can. Yeah, of course it can. And the use of affixation in Batak Toba language to Korean action on TikTok can significantly contribute to the development of teaching materials and educational resources for the Batak community. There are several ways. Increase accessibility by using TikTok, a popular social media platform. The content can reach a wider audience, including younger generation and those who may not have access to traditional educational resources. This can help bridge the gap in language learning and cultural preservation. The second, cultural preservation. The use of affixation in Batak language with a Korean accent on TikTok can help preserve the cultural heritage of the Batak community. It can provide a platform for the community to share their language, customs, and tradition with a broader audience to ensure their cultural identity is preserved for future generation. And also we can do interactive learning. TikTok short form video allows for intricate and engaging content that can make language learning more enjoyable and effective. The use of affixation in Batak Toba language with Korean accent can provide a unique and turning way to learn the language and making more appealing to learners. And also for the authenticity, the use of a Korean accent in the Batak Toba language on TikTok can provide an authentic representation of the language as it is spoken by a native speaker. It can help learners develop a more accurate pronunciation and a better understanding of the language. And also we can conduct collaboration and community building. TikTok social features enable collaboration and community building. The use of affixation in Batak Toba language with a Korean accent on TikTok can facilitate connections between learners, native speakers, or cultural ambassadors, or fostering a sense of community or promoting language learning. Okay, for the other way, feedback mechanism. TikTok's comment section provides a feedback mechanism allowing learners to ask questions, provide feedback, and engage with the content creators. This can help refine and ensure meets the needs of the learners. And also cross-cultural exchange. The use of affixation in Batak global language with a Korean accent on TikTok can facilitate cross-cultural exchange between the Batak community and Korean culture. This can promote mutual understanding, respect, and appreciation for the cultures involved. And the last, digital legacy. The use of affixation in Batak language with Korean accent of TikTok can create a digital legacy for the Batak community, ensuring their language and culture are preserved for future generation and providing valuable resources for language learners and cultural enthusiasts. Okay, sir, that's for both questions that from Ilyas and Miss Delviana and friends. But for the third question will be answered by my friend, Miss Monica.
Hello, Mr.
Hello, Monica.
Mr. Franz, Mr. Franciscus.
Okay. Pak, wait for Miss Monica.
Yeah,
Halo,
I will answer the third questions. Do the affixations processes in Batak words
halo, Bu
affect
Monica.
to
Can you turn on your video, Bu
the word
Monica?
classes?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's true. Affixations in Batak language, yeah, like not only Batak, like many other language can indeed affect word classes. So, for example, in Batak language, especially in North Sumatra, Indonesia, yeah, affixations can change the grammatical category of word. For example, like nouns to verb, like nouns, we say that like pangan, which is mean to eat. So we adding the suffix ans become pangangan, yeah, which is noun means food. Yeah, so that's it's changed the word classes noun to the word. That's all.
Thank you, Monica, for answering the question. And now I see that Pak Manto raised hand there. Okay, Pak Manto, please unmute the microphone, Pak.
Thank you, Mr. Franciscus. There's one question for me about from Siromita Maria Serovian. Yeah, what impact does collaborative learning community have on student outcomes such as academic performance and growth? Can I answer this question, Mr. Frank?
Okay, you still have 2 more minutes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for my experience in how to develop learning community in Sekolah Penggerak in East Mengrai. Yeah, here are some of key ways it can benefit student. One, improve understanding. Two, how to motivation and engagement. And three, development of interpersonal skills and peer support and mentoring and explore to diverse perspectives and how to increase confidence and self-esteem for students. Yeah, I think this is my answer, Mr. Franciscus.
Okay, thank you, Pak Manto. Ladies, dear presenters, okay, thank you so much for your nice presentations and for our discussion. I'm so sorry that we are limited by time, and in a few minutes we are going to have a closing ceremony. Before we are going to leave this room, I'd like to announce you some important information for all of us. First, attendance link for your presentation has been shared on our chat box. Please click them and then fill in the necessary information in the link provided. Next is after this session, each presenter or participants will be required to join in a main room to attend the closing ceremony, because for your certificate of your participations as a presenter or participants in this conference will be shared there. Okay, those are the informations that I need to share with you in this room. To end this paper presentation, I'd like to say thank you so much for your beautiful sharing of your research papers, your ideas. I got new insights, okay, from your presentation, and I do hope that everybody who has joined us in this paper presentation has got new insights from your sharing. Thank you so much. See you in a main room.
Thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
The best today,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Franciscus.
Everybody is best. Bu Irina, thank you so much.
Miss Irina,
Thank you.
Monica, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Semuanya. Ya.
Ada pendidikan anak usia dini, selain untuk organisasi ataupun juga sekolah menengah. Nah, metode yang digunakan dalam penelitian ini itu adalah deskriptif kualitatif, yang mana subjek penelitian ini itu mencakup 8 sekolah TK atau PAUD yang ada dalam wilayah Keuskupan Ruteng. Objek penelitian itu sendiri itu merupakan implementasi model servant leadership para kepala sekolah TK atau PAUD yang dikepalai oleh awam atau biarawati Katolik. Nah, riset dan pengumpulan data yang dilakukan ini itu dilakukan melalui 3 instrumen. Yang pertama wawancara, yang kedua angket, dan yang ketiga adalah dokumentasi. Baik, selanjutnya kita ke hasil penelitiannya. Jadi dari hasil penelitian ini ditemukan bahwa dari 74 guru yang berpartisipasi, 68% guru itu telah bekerja di PAUD atau TK itu kurang lebih selama 1-5 tahun. Nah, dari total 74 guru ini sendiri, 24,30%-nya itu berusia di kisaran 50-55 tahun. Implementasi servant leadership itu sendiri oleh kepala sekolah TK atau PAUD swasta Katolik itu dikategorikan baik, dengan nilai rata-rata sebesar 3,4. Perbandingan capaian rata-rata di setiap indikator praktik servant leadership itu dilihat dalam beberapa tabel tentang capaian rata-rata 8 indikator servant leadership. Nah, untuk perbandingan nilai sendiri itu dibuat dalam bentuk skor, yang mana untuk skor 1-2 itu dikatakan kurang baik, 2-3 itu cukup baik, 3-4 itu baik, dan 4-5 itu sangat baik. Baik, selanjutnya kita ke tabel indikatornya. Yang pertama bisa kita lihat bahwa dalam indikator yang pertama, di mana kepala sekolah itu menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan pertumbuhan dan pengembangan diri guru dan pegawai itu mendapatkan skor 3,5, yakni baik. Nah, di indikator kedua, kepala sekolah juga menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan komitmen pelayanan guru dan pegawai. Dan skornya adalah 3,3, itu juga baik. Yang ketiga, di indikator ketiga, kepala sekolah itu menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan kemampuan dalam mengelola konflik guru dan pegawainya. Skornya adalah 3,3. Dan kepala sekolah yang di indikator keempat, kepala sekolah menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan kohesivitas atau kesatuan dalam tim kerja guru dan pegawai. Skornya adalah 3,4. Indikator kelimanya, kepala sekolah menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan kinerja guru dan pegawai itu mendapatkan skor 3,5. Dan yang di indikator keenam, kepala sekolah menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan kepuasan kerja guru dan pegawainya itu mendapatkan skor 3,2. Di indikator ketujuh, kepala sekolah menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan iklim kerja dan kondisi kegiatan belajar mengajar guru dan pegawai itu mendapatkan skor 3,3. Dan indikator yang ke-8 yang terakhir, kepala sekolah menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan budaya organisasi guru dan pegawai dengan skor 3,4. Nah, dari 8 indikator ini sendiri bisa kita lihat bahwa indikator pertama adalah yang mendapatkan skor tertinggi di 3,5, di mana kepala sekolah menerapkan servant leadership dan meningkatkan pertumbuhan dan pengembangan diri guru dan pegawai. Sedangkan yang diberi tanda kuning ini, indikator 3 dan 6 itu adalah yang terendah dan yang menjadi fokus pembahasan kita dalam penelitian ini. Oke, selanjutnya kita lihat ke hasil penelitian selanjutnya. Bisa kita lihat pada indikator pertama tadi bahwa nilainya itu 3,5 yang paling tinggi tadi. Nah, dengan demikian ini menunjukkan bahwa servant leadership itu sudah dipraktekkan di sekolah tersebut secara maksimal di mana dapat mengembangkan kepribadian guru dan pegawainya. Indikator 2 tadi yang masuk juga dalam kategori baik dengan skor 3,3 sudah membuktikan bahwa adanya pelaksanaan servant leadership dan meningkatnya komitmen pelayanan guru atau pegawai di sekolah. Di indikator 3 sendiri tadi itu skornya juga baik yakni 3,2 yang menandakan bahwa adanya pelaksanaan servant leadership di sekolah tersebut, yang mana meningkatnya juga komitmen pelayanan guru pegawai, meskipun capaian ini juga masih rendah dalam praktiknya. Selanjutnya, kita ke indikator yang keempat. Oke, di indikator keempatnya bisa kita lihat bahwa skornya juga baik ya di 3,4, yang mana menandakan pelaksanaan servant leadership-nya dan meningkatkan kohesivitas guru dan pegawai di sekolah tersebut itu sudah berjalan dengan baik. Nah, di indikator kelima itu bisa kita lihat skornya tadi itu 3,5, masih dalam kategori baik dan juga bahkan yang paling tinggi juga, yang mana guru dan pegawai di sekolah tersebut meningkat karena penerapan servant leadership-nya di sekolah kinerjanya. Sedangkan di indikator ke-6 itu mendapat yang paling rendah, yaitu 3,2 juga, meskipun masih dalam kategori baik, yang mana itu terkait dengan kepuasan kerja yang ada di sekolah. Nah, sehingga penelitian ini tuh berusaha untuk mendalami lagi mengapa indikator yang terendah tadi itu bisa terjadi. Baik, kita lihat kira-kira kenapa hal tersebut itu bisa terjadi. Langsung next slide saja, Ibu. Langsung ke alasannya tadi. Oke. Nah, kita lihat kenapa rendah indikator 3 tadi. Nah, alasan yang pertama dari hasil wawancara kami itu ditemukan dari beberapa jawaban para guru-guru yang ada di sekolah tersebut. Yang pertama, mereka katakan bahwa kepala sekolahnya itu kurang mendengarkan, mengolah masalah, kurang mengkomunikasikan dengan baik, kurang jeli dalam memahami konflik, dan kurang kerjasama dan terbuka. Selain itu, juga ada alasan bahwa kepala sekolah belum paham tentang penyelesaian konflik. Keputusan yang diambil seringkali juga keliru. Lalu, kepala sekolah juga belum memahami servant leadership secara mendalam, dan kemampuan memimpinnya juga kurang maksimal. Alasan yang ketiganya adalah kepala sekolah belum memahami servant leadership. Yang keempat, kepala sekolah kurang bekerja sama dan terbuka dengan guru dan pegawainya. Alasan yang kelimanya, kepala sekolah kurang bekerja sama, terbuka, dan gayanya juga otoriter. Alasan yang keenam, guru mengatakan kepala sekolah itu kurang bertanggung jawab. Alasan ketujuh, guru juga mengatakan bahwa kepala sekolahnya itu lebih suka berkompromi dalam mengambil keputusan. Dan alasan yang kedelapan, yang terakhir itu guru mengatakan bahwa kepala sekolahnya kurang terbuka dan tidak menempatkan kepentingan yang umum di atas segalanya. Jadi terkadang kepentingan pribadi juga diikutsertakan dalam pengambilan keputusan. Lalu terkait dengan indikator yang keenam, kenapa bisa terjadi? Yang pertama dari hasil wawancara kami, itu guru mengatakan bahwa kepala sekolahnya itu kurang bekerja sama, kurang saling mendukung, kurang saling peduli, kurangnya disiplin soal waktu, dan juga tidak tekun dalam bekerja. Nah, alasan keduanya, kepala sekolahnya yang belum terbiasa dengan fungsi komunitas. Alasan ketiganya, kepala sekolah itu belum berjiwa melayani, kurang rendah hati, dan juga mendengarkan satu sama lain. Alasan yang keempat, guru mengatakan bahwa kepala sekolah belum memahami para guru yang kurang kreatif, tidak tahu banyak, dan kurang update dengan perkembangan, terutama perkembangan teknologi. Yang kelima, itu terkait dengan alasan bahwa kepala sekolah kurang perhatian dan belum bisa memobilisasi para guru dan pegawai yang ada di sekolahnya. Alasan yang keenam, kepala sekolah itu belum bisa memberikan motivasi yang maksimal kepada bawahannya, baik itu guru maupun pegawai-pegawainya. Sedangkan alasan yang ketujuh, para guru mengatakan bahwa kepala sekolah itu kurang memotivasi para guru dalam bekerja. Dan alasan yang terakhir, yang kedelapan, para guru mengatakan bahwa kepala sekolah itu kurang melibatkan guru dan pegawai dalam keputusan penting di sekolah. Nah, dengan demikian, dari beberapa persoalan di atas dan juga melihat alasan-alasan yang disampaikan oleh para guru sebagai bawahan dari kepala sekolah, itu dapat kita kesimpulkan bahwa yang pertama, kemampuan dalam pengelolaan konflik pada manajemen pendidikan itu sangat penting. Baik itu konflik vertikal yang mana yang terjadi antara guru dengan kepala sekolah maupun yang horizontal, yakni antar sesama guru yang mana sangat mungkin terjadi. Nah, servant leadership ini sangat diperlukan. Dikarenakan apa? Karena menekankan gayanya yang persuasif, manusiawi, dan partisipatif dalam penyelesaian konflik. Kerendahan hati, kesabaran, keterbukaan hati untuk mendengarkan, perlakuan secara manusiawi, sikap kooperatif dalam menemukan solusi terbaik atau konflik yang dihadapi harus menjadi pilihan utama dari kepala sekolah sebagai pimpinan tertinggi di pendidikan. Oke, baik Bu, next slide. Selain itu juga kepuasan kerja berkorelasi juga erat dengan perilaku kepemimpinan, di mana para guru yang dipimpin oleh kepala sekolah yang bergaya servant leaders itu memiliki tingkat kepuasan kerja yang tinggi. Kepemimpinan yang altruistik, di mana kepala sekolah yang mengedepankan pendekatan persuasif itu akan memberi kenyamanan kepada guru dan membuat guru itu merasa bahagia dalam melaksanakan pekerjaannya. Lalu gaya kepemimpinan ini juga berkontribusi positif terhadap kepuasan kerja para guru. Pemimpin menjalani tipe kepemimpinan yang melayani yang akan memprioritaskan pemenuhan kebutuhan dan kesejahteraan bawahan. Nah, baik Ibu Moderator dan teman-teman sekalian, itu saja paparan materi hasil penelitian kami. Apabila mungkin ada masukan atau komentar atau pertanyaan, bisa disampaikan melalui moderator ataupun kolom chat. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf Bu, suaranya masih di mute.
Sorry. Okay, thank you so much for the nice presentations delivered by Angela Merici and her team. And then, how about Ibu Helmina Mueng?
Yes, Mom.
You still cannot open your slides, right? So due to the limited of time, I'm afraid that you cannot present it now. So we will not have time for questions and answer sessions here. Then for all the presenters, thank you so much for joining these sessions. And then for all the presenters, you can leave the room and join the main room for getting the certificate by filling the attendance list in the main room. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. So you may leave the room right now. And then Wilhelmina Mueng, Ibu Wilhelmina Mueng, you cannot, what is that, present your paper right now. Sorry.
Okay, Mom.
Yeah. You may leave the room right now and then join the main room for filling the attendance list in the main room to get the certificate. Thank you so much. Actually, Ibu Genoveva Dua Eni, I have already prepared some questions, but due to the limit of time, so we need to close it right now.
Hopefully next time.
End it right now. Okay, thank you so much, all the presenters. See you in the next conference. And then please join the main room right now. Yeah, thank you. Leave the room right now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are coming up to the last agenda of today's conference. This agenda will be the closing ceremony given by the chairman of the 4th Ichelac 2024. The committee will give chance to the chairman of this conference committee, Mr. Dr. Leonardo Spar, MPD. The time and the screens is yours.
Good afternoon, all ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences of Unika Santu Ruteng, distinguished keynote speakers, esteemed presenters, participants, and respected committees and colleges, ladies and gentlemen. As we reach the end of the 4th International Conference on Humanity, Education, Language, and Culture, it is with great pleasure that I stand before you to deliver this closing address. During these 2 wonderful days, we have probed into crucial discussions and explored diverse perspectives on the theme strengthening global citizenship, leveraging language, cultural diversity, humanity, and sustainable connectivity towards educational transformations in the digital era. This theme could not be more timely or significant given the rapid technological advancement and their profound impact on our world. This very provoking theme could not be more meaningful without the insightful presentations from the keynote speakers. Thus, on these occasions, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers who have graced us with their invaluable insights and contributions. Dr. Marin Turner from Monash University, Australia, highlighted the importance of linguistic diversity, multilingualisms, or plurilingualisms in fostering global citizenship. Prof. Dr. Sebastianus Mengo from Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, Indonesia, enlightened us on the crucial role of digital literacy in the digital era. Dr. Anuncius Gumawang Jati from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, provided profound perspectives on integrating AI-powered technology in education, especially in language teaching. Prof. Dr. Semiarto Aji Purwanto from Universitas Indonesia shared his perspectives on cultural identity in the digital era and how digital technology shapes our identity. Your knowledge and expertise have truly enriched our conference and inspired us all. This conference also could not have been more impactful without the participations of our esteemed presenters and participants. A special thank you to all the presenters and participants from various universities in Indonesia and our international presenters. Your research and presentations have been critical in fostering a robust and engaging dialogues. Your dedications to advancing knowledge and understanding in these critical areas is commendable. I also wish to express my deep appreciations to the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences of Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng, whose unwavering support has been instrumental in the success of this conference. This international conference is resounding success because of the hard and smart work of the committee. To the organizing committee, I extend my deepest gratitude. Your dedications and tireless efforts have made this event possible. To the IT support team, who ensured seamless connectivity and technical assistance throughout the conference. To our Masters of Ceremonies, who guided us through the sessions with grace and professionalism. To the moderators, who facilitated insightful and enriching discussions. To the consumptions divisions, who ensured our well-being with their excellent arrangements. To the publication divisions, who diligently published information about the conference on online media, keeping everyone informed and engaged. To the treasury divisions, who manage the financial aspects with precision and care. And to every single committee member, who brought their expertise and patience, contributing immensely to the success of the conference. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your commitment and hard work have truly made a difference and created a memorable and impactful experiences for all participants. As we conclude this conference, let us carry forward the insights and knowledge we have gained. Let us continue to leverage language, cultural diversity, humanity, and sustainable connectivity to transform educations in the digital era. The discussions and ideas shared here are not an end, but just a beginning of new collaborations, new research, and new initiatives that will shape the future of our educations and global citizenships. As we draw this conference to a close, I would like to leave you with a quote from the renowned philosopher and visionary Marshall McLuhan, who said, "We shape our tools, and thereafter our tools shape us." In the age of power technology and rapid technological advancement, let us remember that we have the power to shape the future of education and humanity with the tools we create and utilize. Additionally, in the light of the advancements of technology, another thought-provoking quote from the linguist and philosopher Noam Chomsky is worth considering. The real question is not whether machines think, but whether men do think. This reminds us that in the age of AI, it is crucial to continually question, problematize, and reflect on the ethical and intellectual implications of our technology advancement. Thank you for your participations and contributions. I look forward to seeing you at the next Ichelac. Thank you. Bye.